I think there's probably like an ad going or something like that. What up, everybody? What up? What up? What up? What up? Who is it? Did Ramsey first again? Ramsey, what time you got to? Nah, he probably shouldn't answer that because if he tells me what time he has to get into the chat to be first, somebody will know that, and then they'll try and beat him to the punch. I'm sure somebody's tried it before, but that guy look like he looked like what's the guy at Fox? Little bald head, Glazer.
Oh, Jay Glazer.
Jay Glazer. Nah, the not top 10. One of my favorite things every week.
Oh, that was not a good throw.
KD. Who's soccer jersey you wearing?
Oh, that's awfully
It's too
tight.
tight. First of all, you could have took off your shirt, KD. KD tried to put on with a XL t-shirt on underneath.
Oh, that hurt. Oh, look at that. Oh, he totally cut his lip open. That didn't feel good.
Oh, man, I love the top 10. That's a balk. That's game over. That's game over. He walked him in.
Oh.
A walk-off balk. Or was he
That's
running out of time? Yeah, I think he was running.
Oh, he was saying that he couldn't get the signal. That's what they're trying to say.
That's the most Mets thing ever.
The poor Mets. I actually like the Mets.
They are horrible.
Oh, good job, Phillies.
Oh. Wow.
Yeah, obviously you guys can't see the not top 10. But when you get a chance, go watch the not top 10. We about a minute out, guys.
Nice.
Oh, you know it, Rob W. You already know. I got that soundboard back, baby.
Oh,
I did see that. I saw that live. That was interesting.
Wow.
That wasn't worse than the Mets one. I don't know how that got to 3. Well, the Mets are not top 10 again. What a terrible season.
Oh, man, that hit him in the face.
Oh. Damn.
That did not feel good. Oh.
Here we go. We almost ready. Here we go, guys.
Yeah. We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. I can't get too far away for all those people watching the stream. You know, I usually like to throw up the one like the bloodline, but I can't do it today because I'm in the AC. You know, a little wrestling reference. Jesse will get this. You know, Damien, he comes on here yesterday and, you know, he's talking about what we're going to do. 102.5. I'm coming home. I'm never leaving. And guess what? He's not here today. God told us he's never leaving, and he's not here today. I'm just joking. Damien, much deserved vacation has started from my main man, but I'm not alone. Got my main man from the King's Beat, James Ham, in the building today. James, what's going on, man?
Not a whole lot. 4 hours in the hot seat. We'll see how it goes.
You got this.
We'll
You got easy work.
Stand up afterwards.
First of all, we got to do it right. I think you'll be D-Lo today. We got James Ham in the house.
Acknowledge me!
Because, you know, I got to stay with the Roman Reigns. Your man, Kenny Caraway.
Acknowledge me.
Yes, indeed. Jesse on the boards as usual, man. We're going to have a good time on this Friday. First and foremost, I want to thank everyone for the love everybody showed yesterday after an announcement of us starting a show on KSFM. starting on August 14th. Looking forward to that, man. It was fun to finally announce that. It's something we've been working on for a little while. So that was a good time. And then everybody that just showed so much love and support, man. We thank you guys for the support that you've shown so far, and what you continue to show as well. And like I said in a tweet earlier, man, we just getting started. We're not gonna let y'all down. We're not gonna let the city down, man. We do this for Sacramento. We love Sacramento, and we just want this to be the best place possible and do our part as well, man. So excited for that. And I can say this. Keep listening to us. There's things coming in the future. That's all I'm gonna say right there. I ain't gonna say no more. I'm just gonna say that's not the last announcement you're gonna hear from D-Lo and Casey. This is just what it is. We're here for a little bit, so we're gonna have a lot of fun in the coming weeks and months for sure. But James, I'm not having a lot of fun when I talk about college sports right now.
What's ugly?
Because we are witnessing in real time the death of one of the story conferences in college sports history. I'm about to say college football, but college sports history, as the Pac-12 is dying a slow, painful death. Came out yesterday that the University of Arizona is moving to the Big 12. They're going ahead and going to the Big 12. And that, along with USC and UCLA, had those teams going. But I mentioned the other day, it was always, I don't want to say the worst kept secret, that Oregon and Washington were just waiting for their invites to the Big Ten. They were staying for the time being because they hadn't been invited, but they were just waiting for their invites to go to the Big Ten. And it seems as though those invites have come, because now the stories and the rumors have it that Washington and Oregon are in talks to leave the Pac-12 to go to the Big Ten. And that currently leaves, if my math is correct, that currently leaves the Pac-12 with 4 teams: Cal, Stanford, Oregon State, and Washington State. And I think maybe it's 5, because Arizona State, I think, is in there as well. I don't think Arizona State said they were going anywhere.
I think I saw them and Utah could be headed to the Big 12 if they get those invites.
Oh, yeah. And then, you know what? I think that's one of the things with Arizona. I don't think Arizona, I think they would have gone if they had to regardless. Let me take that back. But I think the whole time they wanted Arizona State to go with them, because you want that same, in-state rivalry to stay with them. Obviously, Oregon and Washington said, we don't give a damn. Washington State, Oregon State, you guys can stay if you want to. We out. But yeah, man, the Pac-12 is dead right here in front of our very eyes.
It's wild. I don't, watching an entire conference dissolve, especially, I mean, you talk about storied conferences. I mean, UCLA is still one of the greatest storied, NCAA basketball programs of all time.
Mm-hmm.
It's just incredible how good they were in the 70s. And, and they've had their heyday. Like, it's wild. But, like, do we have to rename the like, I like the Big Ten, but, and I liked it when it was the Pac-10.
Right. Big Ten got 21.
Now
they're about to have 21 teams in the Big Ten.
Well, yeah, they're up to, if they get Washington and Oregon, that puts them at 18.
Yeah.
So are they going to be the Big 18? I'm like,
they might as well just get 2 more and make it the Big 20.
Yeah, I guess.
Just go ahead and make it a Big 20. Hell, take Oregon State and Washington State. Who cares at this point? Just take them. Pac-12 did.
Yeah, and what are you going to have to do with these other schools, though?
I don't know what Cal and Stanford do. Now, obviously, I think the Pac-12, 10, 8, whatever it's going to be, it's going to continue. You're going to add the San Diego States. You're going to add probably the Fresno States. I don't think it can happen yet. There's some things that need to happen, but Sac State.
Oh.
I mean, well, why not at this point? Sac State, why not? Now, I know why not. The facilities, I think, is the main reason right now. But if you said, it's not Larry Scott anymore. I forgot who the commissioner is. But if he came to Sac State and said, hey, if you guys want to join, there's a spot. You got 2 years.
There's a spot or 5.
Well,
I'm not sure.
Well, look, and this is
Sorry.
Right. We got plenty of spots over here.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
But if you said, hey, we can't do any, obviously the facilities aren't up to date right now, but you got 2 years to maybe play in the Golden One Center basketball-wise for a year or two while you build an arena. Or the rail yards, the Republic Stadium, turn it into something where Sac State can play football there. Then now you have a D1 type facility for football. I mean, maybe. I think realistically, Sac State, if they did move up into D1, it'd probably be to replace a San Diego State, so like in the Mountain West or something like that, realistically. But I mean, and anything's up for debate at this point with the Pac-4.
The Pac-4. Yeah, I mean, it's just sad. Like, I don't know how you start over, and like there needs to be some major conversations with like multiple conferences. Like, how do you absorb the rest of these teams and just make the Pac-12 go away?
Well, I mean, really what's ahead of us is it looks like, and Jesse, tell me if I'm missing anything here, but it looks like we're just going to have 3 major conferences, because I think the ACC is about to be in trouble because Florida State is not happy with the ACC situation, not happy with the distribution of the TV money, and they're looking to move on. I think they'll end up in the SEC. So Clemson probably follows. What does the ACC become? It really turns into a situation where it feels like, could be wrong, but it feels like there's just 3 major conferences: SEC, Big 12, and the Big 10. And everybody else is getting the scraps.
Do we need conferences?
Not in the, well, so yes and no.
Okay.
Because if you look at college sports in general, right? And let's just take Arizona, right? Arizona State, even better. Arizona State, great institution. They love their sports. They're going to show up. You know what I mean? But if Arizona State goes to the Big 12 and they're playing, man, I can't even think of who. They're playing Kansas State. I mean, who's really paying attention to that? Like, and they're both 6-4 on the season. Nobody really cares.
Yeah.
But if Arizona State was playing USC, I mean, that's the game of the year in Tempe, right? Like you're getting people to show up, people tailgate, and they want to knock off, this top 25 team. There's 100 years of tradition between these teams playing. Like, that's where I think the conferences matter. When you talk about, sometimes you can throw out the names in the back of the jersey, you can throw out the records. If USC or UCLA comes to Arizona State on a Saturday night, that's going to draw attention from people in Arizona State. If Baylor comes to Arizona State on a Saturday night, who really cares? So tradition-wise, because college sports in general has, and they don't really do it much anymore, but has leaned so much on tradition, I think that's where the conferences come into play. But apparently they don't care about that no more, and maybe they feel like they don't need it anymore.
I know years ago I lived in Berkeley, and the Cal decided to play Nebraska and host Nebraska. And it was like preseason build-up game stuff for football. And those people roll deep. So here we have 30,000 people from Nebraska coming to Berkeley.
Right.
And, they pull up in their fifth wheel and they're like, hey, can we use your parking lot?
Right.
Right. No, you can't use our parking lot. We're one of the few parking lots in the entire city.
Right.
You cannot park your fifth wheel in our parking
for
lot.
A Cal game is
I don't even know where they went, where all these people went.
I remember when it was probably the same when I think Tennessee came to town during the Deshaun Jackson years, like when Cal was really good, the Tedford years. I remember Tennessee came, they had a home and home with them.
That Tennessee rolls deep. I mean, they're another one. Don't they have the all-time highest attendance for a single game?
Yeah, I could believe it. It's
I think it's
they
over
put
110,000
or something in Knoxville or something like that. It's something crazy.
Yeah.
But so I think you would get that, right? You would get when you talk Big 10 and Big 12, you would get those teams, those people in the middle of the country saying, yeah, I want to go to California. We playing UCLA at the Rose Bowl. We're there. We're going.
Yeah.
Right? We're playing USC at the Coliseum. We're there. We're going. What happens when UCLA has to go to Purdue in November.
Nope.
Ain't nobody from UCLA going out there.
No one's going. No one's going at all.
Nobody from Arizona is going to Kansas State on November 7th to
No.
go watch Arizona play.
Yeah.
So
the further away you get from the coast, the colder it gets.
Yeah,
the more extreme.
I'm one of those people. I'm not traveling after October 31st. At least not out of California.
No,
I'm not doing that.
Yeah.
So it's it's something that we can talk about throughout the day because it's upsetting to me. I love college sports. I love my West Coast college sports. I love all these conferences, the Big Sky, the Big West, the WCC, obviously basketball. But the Pac-12 has always been the creme de la creme out here on the West Coast, and it's just getting eviscerated right now. So we'll talk about all that. Our main man, Kyle Madson, he's going to pull up on us at 2:20. So make sure you guys stick around for that. We're talking Kings. We got James Ham here. James, the preseason schedule came out for the Kings yesterday. I've got a couple of questions, and hopefully you can answer them.
Okay.
We'll get into all that, man. It's D-Lo and KC. James Ham filling in for Damian Barlin. Kenny Caraway's here. D-Lo and KC presented by Sky River Casino. We'll be right back. That was a bad outro. Hey, Jesse, I don't really need to, but if this little board in front of me goes black, just touch it. Yeah, I don't need to touch that. It keeps telling me I'm too loud from time to time, but
yeah, like it's so rough watching these conferences. And what happens to like the what is it, the Pac-10 or Pac-12 network, whatever.
And we're talking about this in a football sense. I feel bad for all the other schools or for the other sports, like softball, baseball, like even just as much as football. Those traditions and those rivalries matter just as much in those sports. Basketball, obviously, is something that I think about. But
yeah, there's a lot of really strange, like Berkeley's always been really good at like rugby. Like there's like weird sports that both Stanford and Berkeley are good at.
Yeah.
I don't know. When I was there, when I lived in Berkeley, the stadium, it was so small. Like, I don't even know how it didn't even fit that many people.
I've been there one time. I went to go see SC. It was SC versus Cal. And it was like early in the season. So it was like the second week of the season. So it was still like kind of warm, hot, perfect weather. That was a hell of a setting to watch college football. That was really cool. And it, like I said, it wasn't that big of a stadium. So it's not like going to an SEC place, but it was filled to the brim. That you could feel the electricity, walking through the neighborhoods to get to the stadium.
Yeah, that's true.
There were people up on the hill. It was that big of a game. So they were, had a bunch of Cal students, I guess, sitting up on the hill. It was just really cool. It was really cool to see that. And I think a lot of that had to do with the fact that SC was there. You get a team like SC there, and you get those type of things. But
I think I went to a game in Arizona State. They were playing Arizona State, but it's a long time ago. We lived up in the top of the Berkeley Hills when my wife went to Cal.
Okay.
So way at the top, like up there's a road called Panoramic, which is the road that goes above the stadium goes up to like the Lawrence Hall of Science and Tilden Park. We lived right to the right of that, but at the top of the hill. So like our view out our window was the entire bay.
Oh wow!
And when the fog rolled in, we were above the fog.
So you just
and
see
so
it
looked like pillows all the way, and you could see the very top of the Golden State Bridge or the Coy Tower.
There's maybe this is what you're talking about, but isn't there a lookout in Berkeley where you can see like everything? You can see to Twins Peak or whatever. Like
it just depends on the day, how clear it is.
Yeah. But I think it was like the same thing. Like it's above any of the fog or anything. I've been there once or twice. Jazz took me there. I don't know how to get there or where it was at, but I think it was in the Berkeley Hills where you just see everything. My alma mater, Cal State East Bay, formerly Cal State Hayward. If Berkeley is the best view in the Bay Area, the Hayward Hills might be the second best. Like that campus. Oh man,
that stadium is sick that they got there.
Yeah, it's dope. It's dope, man. And on a clear day, on a cloudy day, it still looks great, but on a clear day, and then you can see back into, you can't see San Jose, but it's almost like a panoramic view. Like you see from Oakland all the way to, I don't even know what's back that way, but to the Southeast Bay or something like that, from what it used to be Warren Hall was the place. Now, because it wasn't earthquake proof, they had to take down Warren Hall, actually. So that took away some of the view, but you can still see it. All right, here we go, James. Oh, what you know about this, James? What you know about the Harlem Shake? Let me see your Harlem Shake one time, James. Let me see. Hey, we go viral. James start Harlem shaking. Oh, I will pull it up and see if I get James Ham to Harlem Shake one time throughout this whole week, man. Just a little Harlem Shake. We go viral.
I don't know.
Do it
I
for
don't know
the
if that's going to
content,
happen.
James.
Do it for the content. COE, content over everything.
Dance for
James.
me. Dance for me. Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
not
man,
sure going to have that happen.
I got James Ham with me here as our guy, Damian Barling, on a much-deserved vacation. And James kind enough to chill with me, man. He's going to be with me all week. We got KC, James Ham, and friends all week long, man. We got a lot of people coming through to hang out with us, talk a little bit of everything, little sports, little life, little summer life, all this other stuff, man. We're going to have a good time. Anything that's Kings right now is news. Anything.
Yeah.
Toast of the town. And we can't get enough Kings content here in Sacramento, and especially on D-Lo and KC. And they gave us a little content yesterday, a drop that we don't usually get in the beginning of August. Preseason schedule was announced. First of all, it seemed earlier than normal. Is this about the right time?
No, it does seem early.
Okay.
It seems way
I
early.
thought I was tripping.
But they also, so the preseason schedule is really strange because the NBA says, hey, you need to come up with 5 games. And then the teams have to go out and five opponents.
So it's almost like college sports. Go make your schedule.
Exactly.
Like, go find an opponent.
Especially your preseason schedule. That's what it for college sports it's the same, right? Go ahead and if you want to go sign a big deal with Nebraska to have them come to Cal, that's fine.
Right.
But with the NBA, there is someone within the walls is responsible for going out and finding a team to play. And that's why on occasion we have these situations where you're playing, what is it? Maccabi Haifa, or
you couldn't find an opponent, so you had to go get you had to go get like you said, Maccabi or something like that.
Yeah, so you're getting teams that are coming over that want to play promo games in the US and they're available. So I know that there was at one point there was this weird situation where someone really wanted to be the guy who was in charge of the preseason schedule and sort of strong-armed his way into that position and then didn't have any games.
wait. Somebody for the Kings organization was like,
this was
let me take over. I've got this.
This was a while back.
And then
let me take over. And then he couldn't come up with any games. And so that's how we got that really, really awkward game in Seattle, where the Kings played the Warriors in Seattle with Kevin Durant going back to Seattle, but right after the city of Seattle and Chris Hansen tried to steal the Sacramento Kings. It's because the Kings they had done the Warriors a favor in the past, and so the Warriors owed them one, but they said, hey, the only game we got available is up in Seattle. And I was like, we'll book it. That's fine. And it was someone who really didn't know the history of what was happening there. So the Kings went to Seattle, and then, again, a bunch of games against teams from, different leagues, like especially the Israeli league. They seem to love to come over and play a couple of games.
They run they do the circuit, right? For, they come over here and they play 4 NBA teams and, and go about it that way. So immediately the game that jumped off the page to me was the first game. Sunday, October 8th, quote unquote, at the Raptors, but it's in Vancouver. And
at the Rogers Center
in Vancouver. And it jumped out to me because I think you might have said it, or I've heard it a number of different times. It's not a secret. David Stern, before his passing, said one of his regrets was not sticking it out in Vancouver. And he thought Vancouver could have and should have worked if he would have made sure they stayed there a little while longer. And I don't know. I'm pretty sure. I got to look this up. Jesse, maybe you can help me out. I don't think this is the first time they've gone back to Vancouver. But
yeah, I don't think so.
The fact that they're going to Vancouver, do you ever think they try that again? An NBA expansion team or maybe a relocation team in Vancouver again?
It's tough. I mean, have you been to Vancouver?
Never. I've heard it's beautiful,
It's
though.
absolutely incredible.
Yeah.
It's such a beautiful city. It's like Portland, but clean.
Oh, damn, Portland.
Like maybe even
Sorry,
a little
Trista.
bit like Seattle. Like it's a beautiful, beautiful city,
Yeah.
but not as big as Seattle. So I was there one year. I think I've been to Vancouver like 3 or 4 times. But I was there one year during the Stanley Cup Finals, and that was crazy. It
I
was
remember
like
that loss.
Yeah, it was like.
Were you there for that?
Yes, I was there in the city. It was like
Oh,
near
man.
rioting in the streets. But the way that they did it, it's kind of a little bit like Jurassic Park up in Toronto, which again, that's a great venue, like how they build out the whole surrounding area. And I think Doco could be this, and so could like the Galleria, like especially in Canada when the Raptors were in the finals, they had Jurassic Parks all over Canada. It wasn't just right outside the stadium.
Right.
But that's kind of what they did. Like they would block off like maybe 4 blocks and put up these gigantic TVs. So everyone's just in the street standing there watching the game on these giant TVs together. And it's got a great food scene, absolutely spectacular food. But it got crazy. It got wild.
Yeah.
And so I don't know. It's a beautiful city. That's a really cool spot. Like I'd highly recommend like a Seattle trip or going up there. Of course, you got to have the passport to get across, but yeah, just a spectacular. I would love it if they went back there, if the NBA went back, because it is really close. I mean, it's like flying to Seattle. It's a little bit further than Seattle. I think it's only a 2-hour plane ride from here to get there. And I think it's a city that should have been able to support it.
Yeah.
But
do you ever know what happened there?
Yeah, I don't remember all of it, like because we were in, it's right before all the King stuff happens. So I don't know what year.
And that's been a long time now. Now that you think about it, I mean, Memphis got the Grizzlies. I can't even remember exactly when they got it, but they had Jason Williams. So we're talking at least 2001, and that wasn't the first year. I think they probably played a year before. So I'd guess 2000.
2001 was the year.
When the first year with the Grizzlies. So I mean, we're looking at 20 plus years, almost 25 years being away from Vancouver, being in Memphis now. So
Jesse said this is the 6th preseason game in Vancouver since 2012.
Okay, so it seems like they're starting to make an effort to do that every now and then. And Toronto the Raptors probably have something to do with it, because I think one of the things that they should be doing, if they're not, is Toronto is Canada's team, right? Like all of Canada loves the Raptors. Essentially, it's like that's what you're going for. Because I know the Blue Jays kind of play that up in baseball. When the Blue Jays play the Mariners, there's like thousands of Blue Jay fans that come from like a Vancouver, because the Blue Jays are Canada's team, right? So they just flood Seattle and take over that ballpark to watch the Blue Jays. I feel like the Raptors probably trying to do more of the same by having a game in Vancouver and becoming Canada's team. But I've always heard great things about Vancouver and their time in the NBA. There's so many things that came to mind when you talked about Vancouver and what happened with the Canucks, right? First of all, crazy visual. I haven't seen it in a while, but crazy visual where they lose Game 7 of the Stanley Cup Finals. I believe it was to the Boston Bruins. They riot in the streets. It's about 8:45, 9 o'clock at night. And because the way the world works, just as clear as day. It looks like, look out your window right now. That's how it was looking as they were rioting in Vancouver at 9 p.m. at night. It's just the sun is just out and shining while
Yeah.
at home, and the sun is down here, and we're like, damn, this is crazy. But I'll never forget that. Like, it was bright and sunny when they were doing that. And then I forgot the other thing I was going to say. It was something about the Kings and what they wanted to do with the whole preseason thing and putting together a schedule. One of the things that frustrates me as well with the Kings, and maybe you can shed some light on this. I talked about it yesterday. It's very, very frustrating to me. I love my people over there at the Kings. Shout out to them. Hey, listen to D-Lo and KC on the regular. We got love. The whole front office, the business side, everything. I got love for them. But there's one thing that frustrates me. If you look at the schedule, one game on TV. Everything else is on kings.com. And look, I understand streaming is 2023, but I would like to have these games on TV.
I can explain because I worked for NBC for 6 years.
Okay.
And a lot of times I had to be the bridge between these two parties, which wasn't always easy. And, you would have things like NBC would finally like acquiesce and say, okay, we'll put the game on. But then the Kings would stream the game. And then there was a big, huge like battle there because like, why are we going to let you stream the game? So the problem is nobody wants to pay for it. That's the problem. And it really becomes an NBA issue because the NBA charges X amount of dollars for the preseason game, just like they do, a certain an NBA game.
Yeah.
And if you're going to have that game, you've got to get a sponsor to pay for that game. And the viewership of preseason games isn't nearly what you think it would be. It's not like a regular season game because fans aren't ready. They're not quite engaged. They know kind of when basketball season starts. So your hardcore fans want it, but the rest of everyone else doesn't. And so that's why we see it on streaming, because the cost for streaming versus a cost for showing it on television is completely different. So normally, like at the NBC, when they buy the rights for the Sacramento Kings games, they get both. They get the streaming rights and the television rights, especially now with all these cord cutting mechanisms and stuff. So there's a lot more value in the streaming than there used to be, but the television rights still are worth so much more. And so the league charges a certain amount of money to play those games. And unless they decide to drop the price of those, it's really tough to not just take, $100,000 loss for a preseason game. And a lot of these guys are like, we're not going to do it. And so it's understandable, like, especially on, when the Kings renegotiated their television rights, it used to be they were independent. They had Kings. They were one of the last true broadcasts where they actually produced their entire broadcast themselves. When they signed the new television deal with NBC, they really, really changed the dynamic of their deals. So as opposed to making 11 or 12 million bucks a year to have television where you would parcel out some of your stuff, you'd have 10 games on channel 10 or 20 games on whatever. It used to be on channel 31 years ago, all that stuff. They went all in-house with NBC. And then on top of that, NBC bumped I think it's between $30 and $35 million a year, the television package for NBC that they pay the Kings. But it used to be that the Kings had 50-50 or 60-40 split on all of the television commercials. So when you sold a game to somebody, you would sell it, but with the idea that you could also sell part of the commercial space. When they went to NBC has all of the television rights and all of the commercial rights. So that's where it's different. And then we get to the pandemic where everything's chaotic and they're going back and forth and helping each other out because, now you have a bunch of things like in stadium stuff that you can't fulfill because there's no fans in the stands. So nobody cares if inside the arena you have the tinker tape saying, whatever restaurant or whatever business those no longer mattered because there's no one in the stands.
Right.
So they would have to go back to NBC and try to work out a deal to get some of their commercial space back.
Great job of breaking that down.
Complicated.
I understand what you're saying. Put the damn games on TV.
No,
okay, Kings.
Yeah.
All right, figure it out. Look, hey, you know what we do. I don't even know. I'm looking on. See, I got the board in front of me here. Ah, man, I wish I knew where it was. Pocket watching. I can't find it, but it doesn't matter. This is what we do over here. All right, but Feck, you got it. Okay. Every time we turn around, you're trying to buy another franchise. You could, let's just say, a loss of $100,000. You could do that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You can pay $500,000. You about to buy? You didn't buy one franchise. All right, you're trying to buy another one. You know what I mean? You got $500,000. You got it, just so we can see the game. We love the Kings. We want to watch the Kings. I understand Kings.com. Then here's something that maybe would help it out a little bit. Is with the streaming, the frustrating thing with it for me is, at least the way it's set up right now, if you're not watching the game, you're not going to see it. Or like, say on Kings.com, if they had an option where you could play back the game at any time, I probably wouldn't say anything. If you could play back on NBA League Pass or whatever, probably wouldn't say anything. But right now, the way it's set up, because there is no TV, and from my knowledge, there is no playback feature on the Kings.com feed. If you're not watching it there, it's done. Like, you ain't going to see it.
Yeah, so you don't have the DVR set up, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's different. And so, and then there's also the heavy restrictions on where it can be played.
That's the thing, too. That's another
Yeah.
thing. If they, like, here's the thing. If you don't want to broadcast it, that's cool. I understand. But, and this may not be a Kings thing. This may turn into an NBA situation. But take the geo-fencing off or whatever and allow us to see the Raptors broadcast or see the Lakers broadcast or the Jazz broadcast so we can watch the game and pull it up on League Pass and all that other stuff.
Without like finding some pirated feed that's clearly like eating your entire laptop the whole time you're watching the game. You're just sitting there like, this is such a bad idea. The entire time you got all these pop-ups hitting you all the time. You're like, what is happening? I literally
want to have fun.
I am
I don't.
not making a good decision right now at all. I'm not. It doesn't matter who sent me this feed. This is a bad idea. Yeah.
Are you single in the Sacramento area?
Yeah,
no, I'm not.
No,
Get
I'm
off
not.
of me.
What is happening here? I'm trying to watch the feed. Yeah. So, and the problem with that too is that when you have to do the geofencing, as you call it, like the geo like locating, whatever it is, somebody has to go in and put in every single zip code possible to make sure that those zip codes can watch the game. So like, again, the television world, it's set up where, like it literally, there's a line in the sand drawn somewhere where
Vacaville.
Vacaville, where you either get the Kings or you get the Warriors. And you could probably go across the street and someone gets the Kings and you go the other way, someone gets the Warriors. So it's a very strict thing. But when you go to do it for these single games that you're setting up, someone has had to go in and put in every single one of them. So what I always get hit with is like hundreds of people coming into my Twitter feed, now X feed, whatever, saying, hey, I can't get the game. I'm blacked out. And it's like, look, I don't control any of that. Like, during a game.
How long have you been gone from NBC? And they still
even
hit
when
you
I
up
was
like...
there, but like during a regular game, I'll say, hey, look, I'm sorry. I'm hearing that everyone on YouTube TV is not getting the game.
Yeah.
And I'll hear it from my wife. Hey, the game's not coming on. Yeah. So I will reach out to my people at NBC and like, hey, somebody forgot to hit the switch. Somebody, and it's usually someone at YouTube. They've got a call. Somebody made a mistake. They didn't get it done, whatever it is. And it becomes like this big thing, but that's tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars that's just being wasted. And it's on, somebody made a mistake. And I think last season we had 2 or 3 games early in the season where it's happening.
Yeah.
and people are just freaking out. And they always come to me like, I can't help you. I will go and make the call. I will definitely send a couple of texts and say, hey, people are freaking out. And
Right.
and I'll even have those people like reach back and say, hey, we hate doing this to you because I don't work for them anymore. Can you troubleshoot and like where are these people? And then I will say, hey, I will not go through and feed you where these people are, but what I will do, I'll put it out on my Twitter feed, and you can sit on my Twitter feed and watch the replies. And like, okay. And so we have a system put in place because I want people to be able to watch the game.
Right.
Like I get it. Like you don't want to like sit there and miss all the action. Kings fans are crazy. They're very intense and they want to watch their game. I get it.
In the meantime, you're trying to cover the game while this is going on.
While it's all going on. Yeah.
That's the other thing I thought about when you talked about Vancouver and what they had outside the arena and downtown and Jurassic Park and Toronto and all this other stuff. Did you I asked this because a lot of the guys like yourself and myself, we were inside you were inside way longer than I was for game one. Did you see what Doko was looking like for game one of the playoffs? Did you see L Street?
I didn't go out. I wish I would have.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
L Street was packed. The parking garage where the big screens are filled with people all the way from the screens to, I'd probably say the punch bowl. Like,
oh yeah,
just people in that long row. And then when Doko spreads out, like there's people all throughout there. But there was so many people down there. But I say that it's funny. I ask you because, you know, a lot of the people, I got there a little late. That's kind of how I saw everything and almost got caught up in it. But guys like yourself, Matt George, you know, other people, you guys have been inside for hours. So you probably didn't get a chance to see what it was looking like outside. It was mass hysteria in a good way, in a positive way. Like there wasn't like bad things going on. It was just so many people down there. It was crazy.
I think a lot of the games I covered here and then had to race straight down. And then it's like getting in the parking garage as quickly as possible and getting out of that because, you know, if I don't, then like there's a parking garage that we have there at the arena. And during Christmas season, like they let it fill up with shoppers.
Yeah.
And then we show up to work and you'll drive around in the parking garage for 35 minutes. And if you can't ever find a spot, you got to go wait in line to get out and pay a ticket to go get out of the parking garage. And it becomes this never ending battle of trying to find a spot, and it's a mess. And so that's happened a couple of times, but that's why I'm always way early. Like that's I've been doing this way too long. I don't want to miss a Mike Brown press conference because I couldn't find a parking spot in the garage.
And it'll happen if you don't get here at a certain time. Just forget it. I don't even mess with it. Me and Jesse know where to go.
Don't tell him.
I ain't saying nothing.
Don't tell him.
I ain't saying nothing. Me and Jesse know where to go, man. There ain't no problem for me.
We used to have a secret spot at the Coliseum.
Do not share that.
And we have had a secret spot in San Francisco as well. Yeah.
Let me know what's going on.
For Chase Center.
I need one for Santa Clara. If anybody got one for Santa Clara, let me know because that parking is a mess.
That's what I've heard. It's horrible. I won't go. Like I've covered a 49ers game, which is crazy because you go to it. We talked to Kyle about this, but you have to get there so early because, you know, warm-ups happen, but they feed you breakfast at like 10
the food
for like a 1 o'clock game. And then you get to lunch and they have a full lunch spread. Then you get to halftime and they've got chicken wings and they've got hot dogs and they've got pizza. You get to after the game, they wheel in a dessert cart. Plus you get more hot dogs and more pizza after the game. Like you get done with that with 1 day of coverage. And first of all, it's like, it's like 7 hours of coverage from start to finish and a 3 or 4 hour drive for me each way. But you have consumed like at least 12,000 calories and you're regretting your life decisions.
The way they cook down there though, for the media, they take care of you. They take care of me. They don't just give you anything. Because I mean, like you said, it is an all day thing. So it is breakfast, lunch, and dinner in some situations. The best thing to do, and I gotta check this year if they changed the train schedule. The best thing to do is catch that Capitol Corridor, and it drops you off right in the back of the stadium. I did that for Niners Vikings playoff game. Now the thing with that was it was a Saturday, so they have later trains coming back. Like I think the last train was like probably like 9 o'clock, maybe 10 o'clock at night. Sunday, the last train is like 5 o'clock. And the game might end at 4. So if I'm covering the game, there ain't no way. If I'm going as a spectator, I might have to leave the game early to go see it. So they haven't fixed that out. But if they fix the scheduling and how the trains go for that one, that's the move. Catching that Capitol Corridor all the way down to Levi's instead of having to drive and do all that stuff. That's the move for sure. But
it's why I won't even go to NFL games, because I would rather sit on my couch and watch 9 hours of football than have like 7 hours of driving mixed in.
But like, I mean, if anybody got a Santa Clara spot, let me know. Jesse, we ain't letting nobody up. Hey, although did you see I don't know if you was down there. They kind of hit us over the head during the playoffs.
They did a little bit.
Yeah, it's cool though. It's still respectable. It's still respectable. But I was like, oh, they got hit to the game. Yeah, y'all ain't gonna know where we. I ain't telling you guys where we are.
I've never had to wait like leaving that place ever.
No. Hey, James, there was a really cool article on ESPN.com about NBA what-ifs. We talked about it the other day. And it had me thinking about not only NBA what-ifs, but Sacramento Kings what-ifs. And there's nobody better to talk about that with than probably the historian of the Sacramento Kings right now, my main man James Ham. We'll get into that because I got some Kings what-ifs that would have changed everything. And when like you rank them, you say like, okay, this is like 5, 4, 3, 2. There's only one what-if. There's only one. It will never be unseated. I'll tell you what that is on the other side. It's D-Lo and KC. James Ham filling in for Damian right here on Sacramento's #1 spots for sports coverage, ESPN 1320. Hey, Jesse, when do I have to read the Sky River stuff? Oh, okay. Cool. Still love Sky River, though. Still got love for Sky River.
You see Luka bang knees
no.
at the Slovenian exhibition loss to Greece today.
Oh, no. Did he get hurt last year, too? Like he did.
He exited as a precaution. They said he's okay. I had a little bug like attack me right in the middle of that, right near the end.
Oh God.
Capitol Corridor. Yeah, I would like from my house, you got to add an hour for everything because I live so far up the hill. So going to games is tough. I think I've told you guys this. The first year the Warriors made the playoffs with David Lee, right? I went to the final game of their season where they lost, and then it was late. It was like 11:30 probably. I went to get on the road right there by the Coliseum. Soon as I got on the freeway, about a couple of hundred yards ahead of me, somebody shot and killed people in a car on the freeway.
I think I remember that because I think I know the person who died. That's crazy.
I got stuck on the freeway until 4 a.m. sitting there, could not go anywhere. And then once they released us, I still had to drive all the way home 3 hours. So it took me 3 hours. I rolled in at 7 a.m. after leaving the arena right around 11:30. And I was like, I mean, it was not safe driving. I was like seeing ghost people and stuff.
Man.
Like not good.
And see, I usually, when I used to go to Coliseum for baseball or basketball, I ain't paying the $25. I ain't doing it.
No, take part.
Yeah, I would take part, or, and this is something that if I go to the Coliseum today, I would not do, is I would just park at the BART station or by the BART station.
Yeah, that's the secret. That used to be the secret lot there, but I don't think anymore.
No, I ain't doing that no more.
Oh,
they knocking out windows left and right.
Well, that and you didn't have as nice a car when you were doing it before.
That too. What car was I driving? I had my Toyota Solara.
As you
Nice
get
car.
as you get older, you realize like you buy nicer cars and
Yeah, I'm
and
gonna pay the
also you're like,
25 nowadays.
yeah, I'm gonna
the
pay it because
25.
that's I know that I'm gonna come out, my car won't be on blocks. Yeah.
But I used to live right there in San Ramon, and or not San Ramon. I used to live right there in San Leandro, and it was 2 BART stops. No, one. There was a stop, and then the next one was the Coliseum. And I used to just, walk to the BART station from my house because the BART station was like across the street from my house or my apartment. I'd walk over there, catch the BART, take a couple of BART stops up, and go to games that way, and come back.
When I lived in Berkeley, we had Coca-Cola cards. It was $1 to get into the game, $1 for hot dog, and $1 for Coke.
For the A's games?
For A's games.
Yeah.
And so it would cost us $1.60 to get there on BART when we lived in Berkeley,
Yeah.
and then we'd ride over. Yeah.
That was for broke college Kenny, that was date night for me and Jazz.
Oh, nice.
We would we go to Dollar Dog Wednesdays at the Coliseum, $3 ticket.
Yeah.
Go in there.
Sit in the bleachers.
Yeah.
I love the bleachers. Yeah.
Oh, here we go. Hey, a little flavor in your ear. That's what we got for you here. D-Lo and KC, Kenny Caraway in the house. James Ham filling in for the vacationing Damian Barling. As we enjoy this Friday, man. It's a Friday afternoon. We're having a good time. We talking a little bit about the Kings. I have some Kings what-ifs that I want to talk to you about. We'll get into that. But first, let's get to the lines. My main man, Ramsey, on the line. Ramsey, first of all, where you at?
Rancho.
Rancho.
That's awesome.
Are you
Rancho
by?
trying to get downtown.
Okay, all right. Well, Ramsey be everywhere. Like I said, I was half expecting Ramsey to be like, I'm driving by Levi Stadium as we speak.
No.
What's going on with you, man? What's on your mind?
We got to talk about. We got to have a little goat talk right now. Diana Taurasi last night. Not only did she hit you with the 10,000 career 10,000 points, she hit you with the Roy Jones Jr. Y'all must have forgot moment and reminded you I could still put up a 40 piece at 41 years old.
Diana, Ramsey, for you, is she the GOAT?
Women's basketball.
WNBA time, because I think
at the moment.
Yeah, I think a lot of people would say Cheryl. Who you think might get there?
At the
Stewie?
Give her long enough, maybe Stewie.
Anescu?
Maybe KP.
I don't know if KP can get where Diana is, though.
I don't think so either, but she could get there. Yeah, Sabrina could get there too. Even if she has a good enough career, I'd say Arika Agumbawale too.
You know who I thought? I appreciate you, Ramsey. You know who I thought was going to change the game, and she still might, but the body is starting to get worn down a little bit. And it's crazy to say because she's not even in the league yet. But my girl Paige Beckers at UConn. I mean, she's had some rough injuries already at UConn.
Man, they churn out the talent.
Yeah, and she's not a very big girl. Like, she's really skinny, and she's kind of small. So I don't know how the body's going to hold up in the WNBA. I think she'll have a good career. Like, I think she'll play for years. But what she looked like she was going to be before these last 2 injuries, special. I tell Damien all the time, I watch her, and sometimes I feel like I'm watching a version of Kyrie Irving with how she scores and how she moves out there on the court. And she I don't want to say had, because young lady's like 20 years old. Like, her career is definitely not over. And she's going to play in the league, and she's going to be really good in the league. But I'm just worried about the injuries. But she has an opportunity to kind of transform the game, so to speak, and be one of those WNBA players that has like a bunch of highlights on House of Highlights on Overtime or something like that, with how she scores and how much of a bucket she is. We'll see what happens. Hopefully, I'm praying that she, continues to do what she has to stay healthy and get back to where she was pre-injuries. But yeah, I enjoy watching her. Right now, I don't know if anybody's above Diana in the WNBA era, because obviously Cheryl Miller is.
Yeah,
I think a lot of people say she's the best ever, but obviously she never played in WNBA.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, she tried out for the Lakers, right? Cheryl Miller.
I never heard that. She did.
I believe Cheryl Miller tried out for the Lakers. I also think Nancy Lieberman tried out for an NBA
was a bucket too.
Nancy was an interesting person to cover. She was an assistant here. She's very interesting. Nice lady. Name drops more than anyone I've ever met in my entire life. But
how did she get here? Do you know? Was there like a front office connection or
no? It was she was hired on George Karl's staff.
Okay.
Yeah, and then she lasted after George Karl left. Yeah, that was some interesting times. Interesting times. We got Anthony Davis. We got breaking news. Anthony Davis has signed a 3-year max extension, $186 million. Yeah.
Breaking news. Anthony Davis has agreed to a 3-year, $186 million max extension, tying him to the franchise through the 2028 season for a total of $270 million plus. Adrian Wojnarowski reports Davis lands the richest annual extension in NBA history at $62 million. Okay. All right.
But Domantas Sabonis is overrated.
Well, I don't. Well, so okay. So here's what I'll say. I don't think AD's overrated.
When he plays, he's great.
Yeah. I don't think he's. I think, and even when he plays, sometimes he's there, sometimes he's not. And that
I agree.
That is frustrating. We saw it on full display in that Warriors series. When he came to play, he was an unstoppable force. Yeah, 40 and 20 in game 1. And then in game 2, nowhere to be found.
Yeah.
And then comes back in game 3. They beat the hell out of the Warriors. He's phenomenal again. Game 4,
Yeah.
Game 5, Game 5 is actually when he got hit in the head, had to leave. And then he comes back in game 6 and is a force. So AD always shows signs of being able to be, I mean, I say being able to be a special player. I mean, he's a Hall of Famer, right? Today.
Oh, yeah, he's a Hall of Famer.
So, you know, I mean, he's still that, but you always look at him and say, man, you could probably do a little bit more.
He probably could have been a generational talent. Like he has this skill set, but you know, like he can't stay healthy at all. So,
and like I said, when he is healthy, just not really sure what you're gonna get.
Yeah,
right?
There's some nights where the lights are on and nobody's home. Yeah,
right.
I mean, for sure.
So, you know, good for him. I mean, if I'm the Lakers, probably had to do that. You know, you got LeBron James there.
Yeah.
I think if I'm a Lakers fan or in the Lakers front office, I'm still kind of holding out hope. The hope is dwindling, but I'm holding out hope that LeBron can pass the torch to AD.
I don't think you can have that hope anymore.
You don't think?
No,
think that's
you
gone?
have to find the next. I mean, you're the Lakers. You're the marquee team in the league, and so you're going to have to start figuring out who that next player is. That's going to be great for you.
Austin Reeves.
What has LeBron got? 2 years?
He's got 2 years contract wise.
It's not Austin Reeves. I'm not going to let you slide that one in there. It's not Austin.
That's what
Reeves.
they think. That's what they think. Austin Reeves. Didn't that Darvingham said Austin Reeves All-Star? Didn't he say that, Jesse?
Well, good for him.
He said something like that. Maybe he's just having his players back at that point.
Well, he could just say he's a good player. He didn't have to.
Last year was the most games AD played since the 1920 season, but he only played 54 games.
Yeah, he misses a lot of games.
Wait a minute. Say that again.
This was the most games he's played since the 1920 season, but he only played. Well, he's available for 56. He started 54.
Come on, man.
Yeah,
man. There's 82 games in a season. Come on, man.
He played 40 the year before, 36 year before that when there's 72 games. So he basically plays half the season. I had him in fantasy basketball this last year. My goodness, he was good. Like when he played, but then when he didn't play, I lost every game.
Damn.
Like he's putting up like 120 points, like
the
fantasy
Lakers.
points.
It's like the Lakers.
And then he stops playing and you're like, my team is horrible. I don't know what just happened. I'm gonna need Anthony Davis to come back. Yeah, it's funny. Like Austin Reeves, like if we go historical Lakers, right? So we look at a team with like the Magic Johnson, I don't know, James Worthy, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, AC Green, all Kurt Rambis, that team, right? He's like the Byron Scott of that team. Like I'm okay with him being considered like that level of player, but he's not. I mean, maybe Austin Reeves will be a decent player, but I don't see him being an all-star level player.
Yeah, I don't see him being an all-star player.
Do you guys think he gets like a Lakers rub? He's playing for the Lakers, so he gets like that added hype to him?
For sure.
Well, that and he'll get the votes because that's what the Lakers get too. The Lakers get so many votes because they have so many fans who are casuals but who do vote, like, or fans from other countries that they know the Lakers because of their lineage and because of their historical, dominance over the years.
And just in general, the way that people look at Austin Reeves, I think it does help, Jesse, that he's a Laker. If he was a Memphis Grizzly or maybe even a Sacramento King, I don't think people would be talking about Austin Reeves. Like they wouldn't be talking about him the way we talk about Austin Reeves. It would just kind of be an afterthought. Like off the top of my head, and I think he's a little better player than him. I'm not trying to shade Austin Reeves. I'm not even trying to shade the guy I'm about to compare him to. But Kevin Huerter's numbers probably aren't that much different than Austin Reeves over the course of the season, right?
Actually, historically, I mean, throughout Kevin Huerter's career, he's been better than Austin Reeves.
Yeah, and I wouldn't even. It definitely has, but I wouldn't even go there because he's had more opportunity for longer than Austin Reeves, right? Like Austin Reeves
is going into his third year. Yeah.
And he was barely getting an opportunity to play before the last 2 years. So I won't put his career stats against him, but yeah. I'm looking at last season. Austin Reeves, 13 points, 3 rebounds, 3.5 assists.
Yeah. And he shot 39.8% from 3. Yeah. I mean, we're putting
Kevin Huerter put up 15 tonight.
He did.
He was 15, 3 and 3.
And if you go back to the previous years of Kevin Huerter, so 3 years straight, Kevin Huerter put up right around 12 points a game, 2.7 assists, 3.4 rebounds, 3.5 assists, 3.3. But again, like very similar player, 38.9 from 3, like right around the same type of player.
And nobody's talking about Kevin Huerter. But Austin Reeves is Team USA.
Yeah, that's a good point, right?
Reeves is on the select team. And ain't nobody talking about Kevin Huerter. And I probably did the thing where I just subconsciously, without thinking, did white guy to white guy. Didn't mean to do that. But I mean, like.
Well, here's the question. Who do you think is older?
Austin Reeves. I'm always surprised. Like Huerter's still under 25, right?
Yes. Austin Reeves is older. He's 25 and 67 days, and Kevin Huerter is 24 and 342 days.
Wow.
So he's like I don't know, 3 months, 4 months older.
That always trips me out that Kevin Huerter's under 25. Like it feels like he's been around for a while. I guess
this will be his 6th season.
Wow. Yeah. Did he leave like after his freshman year or something?
Yeah. He came into the league after I think a year at Maryland.
Kevin Huerter was that dude.
Oh, 2 years at Maryland.
He said I'm 1 and done.
Yeah.
He said if it wasn't for this rule, I would have came from high school. Huerter said I'm out of here.
Yeah, I think it's interesting because I mean that's how Laker players are thought of, but we can also say like it doesn't matter how good De'Aaron Fox and Domantas Sabonis are. If they're healthy and on the court, there is a much larger draw towards Anthony Davis and LeBron James than there is for De'Aaron and Domas. And so my point is that like Austin Reeves gets more open. His shots are clearly more open than what you're going to get from Huerter most of the time. I don't know. It's funny. I forgot that he was on the select team, or I didn't know he was on the select team as far as Austin Reeves.
And real quick, you're listening to ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, an Odyssey station. D-Lo KC brought to you by Sky River Casino with 17 different restaurants and bars like 32 Brew Street, Sky River Casino has something for everyone. Not sure I was supposed to read that, but it was on my list, so I read it anyway.
Austin Reeves is on the main team, by the way, not the select.
Damn,
He's
I
on
thought
the
he
main.
was,
He's on Team USA, the main
select.
team.
I thought he was on the select. This guy's going to where are they at? Where's the he's definitely going over there. That's
yeah,
crazy.
he's going to the Philippines, wherever.
The
it's,
Philippines,
yeah.
He's not even with Keegan on the team. That's great. Yeah. So Jesse, yes, to answer your question, he gets a Lakers rep for sure. And
Just a little.
And he's a good ball player. Like I don't want to like make it like he's not deserving, so to speak, or anything. I like Austin Reeves. I like his game. When you look, I talked about him and Kevin Huerter, so we'll keep it there. But their games are different. I think Kevin Huerter's a better shooter. I think Austin Reeves is a better creator. Like he can do things off the bounce and use the pick and roll, get to the bucket, things of that nature off the bounce. So their games are different, and they're effective in their own ways. But yeah, like Austin Reeves is going to the Philippines.
Do you know Austin Reeves' nickname via Basketball Reference?
No, I want to guess, but I can't remember. No.
Hillbilly Kobe.
That's solid.
Hillbilly Kobe. There we are.
That is hilarious.
Yeah.
Hillbilly Kobe.
And Tyler Jennings brings up a point here in the chatty house. I'll show that.
Mhm.
Keegan better than Austin Reeves.
Mm.
I don't disagree, and I certainly know that Keegan is a lot more untouchable than Austin Reeves.
Well, let me ask you a question. If that trade was on the table, you think both sides say no?
Oh, the Kings wouldn't even.
We know
listen.
the Kings would say no. Do you think the Lakers would say no? We're good.
Oh
Like,
no, the Lakers would have to say yes to that deal
I think they say yes immediately.
you think so?
immediately. Yeah,
I think they really like Austin Reeves. I think they like Austin Reeves the way that we like Keegan.
no, I don't know.
I think they answer that. They're like, are the Kings serious? Like they accept that instantly.
Yeah, auto reply, deal accepted.
Yeah, man. But
No takebacks.
The way we got here is Anthony Davis. As soon as he was eligible for the extension, signs the extension. $168 million. He'll be with the Lakers for the next 3 or 4 years, and
That puts his contract up to 280 million.
yeah, 270, I think it was.
Yeah, something like that.
270 million.
Oof, that's a lot.
Got him a championship.
I guess
They wouldn't have won that one without AD. That championship.
Oh, the bubble.
Yeah,
The bubble championship.
they wouldn't have won that one without him. So
Didn't George Karl talk trash about the bubble yesterday?
wouldn't be surprised. George Karl always talking trash.
Yeah, I think there's something George Karl said about the bubble. Like, I'm not sure. I'd have to look it up. But
we got to figure out because George Karl.
good old George Karl.
George Karl, man.
George Karl really beefs with people on Twitter.
He does. The most famous one, he beefed with our guy John Poole. He did. I think he blocked John after they beefed for a while.
Okay.
George Karl, man. That gets into one of the things that I wanted to talk about, and this could be something that goes on for a little while. ESPN.com, they had an article talking about the what-ifs. I think they went like the last 5 years or so. Last 5, maybe 10 years. What ifs? Like, what if Kawhi gets traded to the Lakers from the Spurs? You know what I mean? Like with little stuff like that. And one of them was, what if the Kings drafted Luka instead of Marvin Bagley? And that just had me thinking about there's quite a few Kings what ifs. I think there's probably less than we think about, but there is a good number. The first one that came to my mind, James, is what if there was no Warriors fan in the tunnel after a Kings Warriors game for DeMarcus to flick off?
Yeah.
If there's no Warriors fans there, it's all Kings fans. They're like, hey, go Kings, go Kings. Do the Kings give him the extension? Because I'm of the belief, and you can speak to this, I'm of the belief that was the straw that broke the camel's back, where they said, we can't do this. We cannot give this guy this extension. And once again, I'm just prefacing it how I saw it. You could tell me, if there's anything that's a discrepancy, but it sounded as though they were going to give him the extension. And things that I've heard is they were going to give it to him. Maybe some of the guys were like, hey, DeMarcus, just chill out for a little bit. Like the extension is coming. Just chill. Stay out of trouble. Don't do anything. We're going to get you taken care of. And then he flicks off. I think it was a kid. I shouldn't laugh. I think it was a kid in a Warriors jersey.
I think it was a woman.
Oh, no. Come on, man. He couldn't do it. You can't do that, man. And that was the final straw, right? Like that's always what I heard.
Okay.
They were like, yeah, we can't do this now.
Well, it's a final straw, but we have to like wrap it all up into one giant bow because, okay, from my recollection, like all of this happens right there. He's getting his extension. Like I broke that story. There was no question. I had it confirmed from the Kings and I had it confirmed from him and his people. He goes on, grabs a microphone, starts interviewing Aileen Boisson in the middle of post game after that game. Right.
Oh, man.
Well, right after that is when we start having the issue. So I believe, so he got suspended by the league. The Golden State game was the 24th. I mean, the 4th of February. He gets suspended for a game for that incident for that like whatever he did with the fan, right? Then we get to this point where he's getting his extension, and the last 2 games, I believe, he was in a Kings uniform. We got the Lakers at Golden State. They had said, like, look, we need you to like be on your best behavior. We're going to give you all this money, but it comes with strings. Like, we need you to stop with all of this, the craziness. And one of those games, either the Lakers or the Golden State, one game he got 1 technical, the next game he got 2 and was thrown out of the game. And they were going into the All-Star break and they're like, man, if 211 or 219 million bucks isn't going to persuade you from doing all of this stuff, then we can't do this. They thought that it would be, you give him a bunch of money and you tell him we're giving you the extension, but we need you to stop. We need you to like grow up here and stop becoming a problem. And you got to remember that season, he had been in altercations 3 times with media members. So we had the Andy Ferrillo situation in the locker room, which was wild. I was standing right there. You can see my head in the shot as they're going back and forth at each other. And both people were responsible for that. That wasn't one person. That wasn't just DeMarcus. It was Andy Ferrillo. But both of them were unprofessional in the moment, but also like building up to it. There had been something he had written about DeMarcus's brother in the newspaper, and DeMarcus came out of the shower, walked by Andy Ferrillo, said, hey, like, look, don't talk about my brother. Don't talk about my family. Don't write about my family. Don't talk about my brother. So DeMarcus went to go sit down. Andy Ferrillo got frustrated and angry that DeMarcus said something. He went to go leave, but has to walk right by DeMarcus's stall to get out the door, and says something to DeMarcus on his way out the door. DeMarcus jaws back at him. They go at it for a sec. Andy leaves. He wasn't done. Came back in the locker room, and then all of a sudden both dudes are standing up and yelling at each other, and it's like right next to me. And like, he wasn't going to punch anybody. Like Garrett Temple's standing right. Garrett saw it happening, walked right over, trying to calm him down, standing right next to him. I'm standing right there. Media director standing right there. You got to let it play out. You can't sit there and like get into a physical altercation with a 6'11", 300, 290 pound man who's angry at this point, and somebody else who's yelling back. But like, it was an awkward situation, and all of this happened. And he had this situation where they were in the fight in the New York City nightclub. That was his final year. He had 15 technicals when he was traded. He got a technical his first game in New Orleans and got suspended the next game. All of that in one season.
And so but those things that you mentioned, all that had happened. And they were still like, we're going to give you this extension. And then like you said, you talked about technicals and stuff. I'm not saying you're wrong. I just don't remember. I just remember it felt like that moment was when they said, we can't do this. Like, we're not going to do this. And it was, judging, you said it was February 4th. It's probably a week or two before the trade deadline, before the All-Star game. And I always think about it, like if there was no Warriors fan there for him to do that too. Hell, to be honest with you, if there was no camera there, that was a camera phone that somebody got. If somebody wasn't recording and got that, it's probably just, hearsay, and it doesn't.
The same with the locker room. That there was like typically a situation like that would not be recorded because first of all, Cousins was, I believe, still in his towel. So like that's something that like it's a no-no. The fact that the camera came up when the incident started to unfold, it shouldn't, like, typically that situation wouldn't have been caught on camera because it's pretty, like, when we go into a locker room, we're not just sitting there like zooming the room with a camera. No one does that. What you do is you get into a scrum at someone's locker. We know when it's time, especially a guy like Cousins, like, okay, I'm ready. And we all go over to his locker and we all like sort of go around him and the cameras turn on and we start talking. Right. So you can't take, like, you're not allowed to take a still shot in the locker room. We're not allowed to. Like, you're not allowed to. It's the rules.
Yeah,
so there's a lot of like little rules like this. Well, that was one of those things where something started to unfold and someone, hit record on their camera and started recording the situation. And I'm standing right there. You can see like half my head in the actual like situation. But I've been in that situation with other times with Cousins, like God's plan night. I was the one asking him questions.
Yeah.
And that was awkward. That was a moment where I'm like, okay, all of the other times I've known DeMarcus, like, I know he can be a lot. This is one time where I was like, okay, I'm not comfortable. Like, and he's rocking back and forth, and I'm standing there like right underneath him, and he's like, like, danger, Will Robinson, danger. Like, I didn't know it. Yeah.
Man, James, I wanna finish that conversation and just figure out what you think would have happened if that didn't happen with Cousins and everything else. And there's some other Kings what-ifs that I wanted to touch on. Also, the number one what-if. I'm going to unveil what that is. The number one that will never not be the number one what-if.
I got 3 of them, so I want to hear what I know. What yours is. I can guarantee you I know what yours is, but I'm probably going to say the other.
D-Lo and KC, James Ham filling in for Damian Barling right here on ESPN 1320. Yeah, good stuff. Thanks, Woj. Or thanks. Yeah, thanks, Genie Bus.
This is a good one. What if the Maloofs didn't build a second tower in the Palms? Well, they would be in a much better financial situation right now than they are.
As a matter of fact,
$800 million they dropped into that tower.
Star that. Well, anyone that you see is a good one, just start. We'll say it on the air.
Okay. And Gaurav, yes, DeMarcus did have a situation with Leo that year. But it wasn't. That was a silly situation. Leo was zoned out, like kind of standing behind the basket in warmups, and wasn't really paying attention and was zoning out. And I don't know if he's looking at his phone or whatever, but either way, DeMarcus thought he was staring him down.
Come on, man.
And Leo's not someone who backs down from an altercation. And so it was like, what the F are you looking at? And it was like, I don't know what the F, why does it effing matter? And the next thing you know, we have like an incident. And there was also earlier that season, there was a weird one with Pierre, who used to work for Channel 10, where DeMarcus didn't like something he had tweeted and said something back. And look, I'm honest about DeMarcus. I've had like plenty of good times with DeMarcus. I've also had bad times. I also went all the way. One time I drove all the way from my house to Sac High for his basketball camp, and he wouldn't let me in the door because he was angry with me about something I had written, which wasn't anything. Like, all I wrote was honest things like how many technicals he had, or some of these things. And he got angry with me and wouldn't let me in the door. I was pissed about that because it took me like an hour and 20 minutes from my house to get there. Wasted my time, wasted my money.
Yeah. I was obviously just a Kings fan when Cuz was here. And from that premise, I loved the guy, and for what he did for the city, and particularly the inner city, Del Paso Heights, Oak Park, things of that nature. I'm always going to remember that and love him for that. I didn't have to. With that being said, I didn't have to deal with him in a different light. So, I don't know what that's like, but from the outside looking in, some of the things he did around this city and the love that he showed and embracing the city is something that, to this day, as you see in the chat and anytime he's brought up, it holds him in high regards for a lot of people.
I totally agree. I mean, we had this situation where the Grant High School football player was killed before a playoff game in a shooting in that area, in the Del Paso area and Del Paso Heights area, and DeMarcus paid for the funeral and took care of everything. And again, that was something that he did not want made public at all. It was not a public gesture, and someone decided to put that out there, which was in a weird situation. He did so much. He partnered with the VSP and paid for all of these inner city kids to get eye exams and paid for their glassware. Like the things that DeMarcus did that were positive, there were a ton of them. There were even like when DeMarcus left, this is something that probably wouldn't know at all. When DeMarcus left, he had had a thing where he would pay for kids to come to games. And they asked him, well, like, you were traded, do you want to stop paying for that? And he said, no, I will continue to pay for the kids to come to the game. And I think he did that for multiple years, where even though he wasn't playing here, he still paid for tickets. So yeah, there are some things like him with children. It was always special, like Santa's and stuff like that. So, but I think it goes down, like, people are complicated. I think we're all complicated. And
here we go. Oh, you can hear him, huh? Okay, I see you, Ham. Okay, New Jack Ham. I see you. D-Lo and Casey back here on ESPN 1320. My main man, James Ham. I'm going to get James to dance before the week's over. James is going to be either going to do a Harlem Shake. He's either going to do the Running Man.
Probably not.
Either going to do the whole Bobby Brown set. We're going to dance in the studio. And you're not going to be alone. I'm dancing with you. We're going to do it together.
I don't think we're going to do that.
The crazy thing is I'm not a good dancer. Like, I just kind of bop a little bit.
I can dance.
I shimmy. I can't dance.
I can dance. Me and my
like
wife.
If I got to get the feet to moving, that's not really my bag.
This is something, it's kind of strange, and people might look at, like, people freak out when I tell them I went to go see Barbie. Like, they're like, what? Why?
I'd see Barbie.
Yeah. Like, but when me and my wife were young, we would do date nights where we would go to dance class, and we would do ballroom dancing. So learn how to, I don't know, waltz, foxtrot, tango, like all kinds of dances, which is really cool. I mean, it comes in handy at weddings and stuff. But I'm way out of practice at this point. But I think it's a really good, especially for couples, like, it's a good way to figure out how to partner and how to have give and take, and the things that you do well and things that your partner does well. It really does come out in a situation like that. So
definitely gonna have you do the Cupid shuffle.
I don't know if I'm gonna do any of this.
Hey, I'm gonna be doing the Cupid shuffle
for the content. Ham, do it for the content.
For the content. No, see that I've been asked to do this before, and I was always like, I'm not doing that. And they're like, come on, like, no, I'm not doing that.
No, fine.
Like,
figure something else out. I'm not doing it.
Your viral moment shouldn't be me doing something silly.
One of my girl Molly, over at the end, phenomenal job she does on her afternoon show. She said she hypnotizes people, and she says, KC, when are you gonna come and get hypnotized? Like,
nope.
It would be great for the show. I'm like, I'm not going under. It ain't happening. She's like, I'm not gonna have you do anything crazy. Yeah. I believe you. I believe you, Molly. You would not have me doing anything crazy. But no, I'm not getting hypnotized. That ain't happening. She's still holding out hope, but it ain't happening.
We're gonna start that one right there.
Yeah.
Okay.
So when we left, we were talking about Kings What-Ifs, right? And the one that we left off on was DeMarcus Cousins. If there was no Warrior fan backstage, or if there was no camera phone backstage when he, had I'd say flicked them off. Maybe he didn't. I can't remember what exactly happened.
Double middle finger, I
okay,
believe.
well,
I believe.
Double birds to the Warrior fan. And,
Yeah. I think it was
I don't even know.
a happy Warrior fan too. But I also believe, I want to say he was either tossed or like he was leaving the game early. It wasn't at the end of the game.
I thought it was I thought they had beat the Warriors. I mean, they had beat them, and that's
okay.
Because
that's
people
possible.
people were cheering, and they're like, "Yeah, go Cuz, go Cuz," and yeah, he did that. And I don't know, Jesse.
It was somebody going into Vivek's Club. So it was like someone that was affiliated with ownership that had, because you can buy your way into a lot of of the lounges there. Some lounges are they're VIP. It's like there's no purchasing.
The person. You got to know Vivek.
Yeah.
And look, don't cancel me here. But what'd you say? Cousins gave double bird to Warriors fans? Huh. Doing God's work. That's what I was saying. Doing God's work.
Part of God's plan,
I'm just joking. Okay, I'm just joking. I'm having a little fun.
32 points, 12 rebounds, 8 assists, 2 steals, a block. He turned the ball over 5 times in that game. That was that game that he did go 0 for 5 from 3. 13 of 20 from the field. I think
I remember that. I feel like it was a Saturday night. This was in the heyday of the Warriors. This was like 2017 or something, right? Like this was in the Warriors.
Yeah, it's February 2017.
Yeah. And I think it was Saturday night. I feel like Draymond got tossed in that game because there was a moment when I'll forget it. I think Miss P even like tweeted it out one time. But I think Draymond gets tossed and Cousins is like, "Oh no, yeah, get him out. He got to go. He got to go." And I think was it an overtime win? I think it was a close game.
It was overtime.
Yeah.
It was overtime.
They won 109-106.
Yeah, it was a close overtime win. They had lost to the Warriors like the last 11 times they had played before that game, I think, too.
And Cousins had 6 of their 11 points in the overtime session.
Yeah, that was some good stuff. But anyway, there was somebody there, caught him on camera flicking off a Warriors fan. And I asked the question, what if that didn't happen? I'm of the belief Cousins still gets the extension because we were close enough to, I don't know if it was extension eligible, or maybe it was just a situation where like they wouldn't have traded it. He wouldn't have done anything before the trade deadline to get traded. So they probably would have just signed the extension.
The extension was coming. I mean, it was done. It was all but done. The only thing they hadn't done is like sign the paperwork.
Where does that leave the Kings, in your opinion? If Cousins is here for another, what was it, probably a 4 or 5 year extension? Like, you think they figure this out? I mean, Vlade is still the GM.
No.
We're building around Cousins at that point. Who did they draft? Well, they probably would have lost their pick, right? That was the whole deal.
Well, that was the deal that year. They would have lost their pick.
They would have lost their pick. So there's no Fox. There's not even a number 10 pick there. You're probably going, now we're getting deep in the weeds. You're probably going to the next draft, which was the 2018 draft.
Yep.
I believe. And I don't know. You probably would have been bad. I'm going to just assume they would have been bad.
Well,
who would have been who was in the 2018 draft?
Well, I'm trying to, what year was Bagley? Is he 2018, 2019? They don't have
18 because he was right after Fox.
Yeah. So they don't have their 2019 pick either. You got to remember they had traded that as part of the pick swaps and for Jason Thompson, Carl Landry, all that deal.
Jeez.
And Nick Stauskas to Philly.
So this franchise is screwed if they keep Cousins. And to be honest with you, it's not even because of Cousins. It's just if you lay the situation out, they probably lose their pick in 2017. They can't find a way to get better that way.
Yeah.
2018, you maybe get some type of rookie, and that leads into another what if. But you have some rookie, then you don't even have your pick in 2019. So there's no Fox, there's no Bagley or Luka, there's nothing to go along with Cousins, and he's probably getting more and more frustrated.
Yeah, plus you got to remember that Cousins, like the end of the next season, pops his Achilles.
True.
Right? So
yeah, well, yeah, can't predict injury though.
yeah.
I'd
so,
leave injury out of the what if.
Well, I mean, the what if though, the problem that you have is that Cousins goes on to play very limited games the rest of his career.
His body breaks down at that point.
And so like you could say it's probably because, of X, Y, and Z, but like, the years after he plays 48 games, 30 games, he misses an entire season, he plays 41 games. Like his career after that, 48 games and then nothing. Like it really would have been tough. Like you would have never ever got your value out of that. And I've never done the math. I know, I'm almost positive. I mean, it's been a long time. I remember the night that I got the news that he was going to sign his extension. I actually called Larry Kuhn, who is like the salary cap guru, especially at that time.
They used to be with the Warriors?
ESPN.
Okay.
So I know Larry, and I reached out to him and I'm like, we did the math together. And then I broke that story using the actual math. Like I knew exactly how much it was he was going to get, which I think it was $219 million. I've never done the dollars and cents on how much Cousins lost. But it's alarming. Yeah. Because I mean,
tough.
Yeah. I don't even.
Now this is cold work. I'm just reading what the chat is saying. That's all I'm doing. And Miss P says, well, we wouldn't have gotten Shavano. Now that's just uncalled.
Facts. It'd be like that sometimes. It'd be like that sometimes.
That's cold. So yeah, that's there's a lot of dominoes that go on with that what if. You said you had 3. Give me one of your what ifs. Maybe start from because you think you know what my number 1 is. And
well, I think I'll take a gander at what your number 1 is. Your number 1 is Chris Webber. What if Chris Webber didn't blow out his knee?
It's not.
Oh.
It's not.
Yeah.
That's one of the biggest what ifs in this city for sure.
Yeah.
But
then I would say the other 2, which are historical what ifs. What if Ricky Berry, the Ricky Berry situation didn't happen? And what if Bobby Hurley didn't get, like in his car accident?
Bobby Hurley, that was 93. He was a rookie.
Yep.
They ended up
14 games into his career.
And they didn't get decent until 95. And that team had Spud Webb as the point guard.
95-96 season.
So, well, no, I was even thinking 94-95 when they lost on the last day of the season to get in. And I think Spud Webb was the point guard. The next year, Tyus Edney was the point guard. You can make the argument Bobby Hurley was on pace to being better than those 2 guys.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. Maybe it's not just a one and done in the playoffs at that point. Maybe it's something that you could build around a backcourt of Bobby Hurley and Mitch Richmond.
I mean, that was always the plan. And I'll also throw in another one, which Jerry Reynolds had a trade worked out, Lionel Simmons for Detlef Schrempf. And the ownership said, well, he's going to want to make too much money. And Jerry said, well, good players make money. And they would have been able to have Mitch and Detlef Schrempf like through their prime together.
That would have been nice. What's the story that Jerry, and we're gonna track down Jerry this week. I've never spoken to Jerry Reynolds.
That's my guy.
In this setting. Like I've seen him backstage at Kings games and exchange pleasantries, but never had an opportunity to have a conversation with him. So we got to do that in this upcoming week. But what was the story that came out again that he was gonna draft Kobe?
I don't know. No, because
he liked Kobe a lot, or
Kobe is
like he was on the radar. Something with Kobe.
That's Jeff Petrie. Yeah, and Jeff Petrie also
that's right. He wasn't going to draft him, but he was he
left,
was saying like, "Yo, you guys should look at Kobe. Like, take a chance on this kid or something."
Well, in 2013, when the team gets sold, Jeff was part of the draft process all the way up until 2 weeks before the draft, and then they let Jeff and his staff go like right before the draft.
30.
It was not cool because there was hope that some of those people, if not Jeff, but some of Jeff's people would be still employed. And they were all let go, except for Sharif Abdul Rahim. So Petrie had a dossier on Giannis Antetokounmpo.
Wow.
Now the Kobe like maybe he was intrigued by Kobe in 96, but you got to remember that they were in love with Peja Stojakovic. So in that draft, it goes Kobe, Peja, Steve Nash.
Yeah.
Like 13, 14, 15. It's probably the greatest 13, 14, 15 of all time.
And 96 draft.
Yeah, but the 2013 draft, the Kings draft Ben McLemore, and Giannis was the guy that I don't know if Petrie was pushing for it, but Petrie was definitely like, this is a guy we've done a ton of work on, and we have belief that he's going to be something special.
Yeah.
And then that draft was bad. Like the whole beginning half of that draft is like Bennett, Oladipo, like.
So here it is. Now, once again, this is all hindsight for sure. But I mean, Jerry Reynolds, Kings would have drafted Kobe Bryant if he slipped one pick further.
Yeah, because I was reading the article on NBA.com right now. Kobe was his team was telling other teams that he wouldn't play for them because he wouldn't play for the Lakers. But Jeff Petrie said, yeah, we're still taking Kobe if he's there. But yeah, he went 13 to the Hornets and they gave him the Lakers.
And that was stark contrast to Vlade Divac's conversation with Emmanuel Mudiay. He said, well, if someone doesn't want to come try work out for Vlade doesn't want to draft him.
Right.
Yeah. And it was like, oh, no, don't say that. Don't say that.
We take him regardless, which ended up going to present day Kings, where Monty McNair drafted Davion without meeting or
never had a conversation with him.
Yeah.
I asked Davion about that during the California Classic. I'm like, did you even have a conversation with these guys? He said, I never talked to anyone from the Kings at all. So when they called, he was stunned. Like he had no idea at all.
Yeah, we'll talk about Davion. I don't know if we'll get to him to this today, but we'll get to him this week. I like Davion Mitchell. We're gonna talk about that. We're gonna talk about all these Kings for sure.
I've done the math. Cousins lost an estimated $206 million.
Oh.
$206 million.
Wow.
He, after his contract with the Kings was up, he only made another $12.6 million in the league.
Jeez.
So he had a year and a half left on his contract when he left. He had 18.6 million or something. But like that contract carryover, he never ever got his money at all.
That sucks. That really does suck, man. Because out there, I think is he still in Puerto Rico, or maybe that season is over or whatever. He was killing out in Puerto Rico, still trying to get into the league, man. Him and Harry Giles, I think they should be in somebody's camp. I'm not saying guarantee him a spot, but they should be in somebody's camp. See what they could do. You saw what Harry Giles did the other day.
Footage of Harry Giles, just incredible.
Come on, man.
He looks
Monty, come on. I'm gonna
good.
say it right now. I'm just saying it right now. Cut Nerlens Noel today. Go get Harry Giles.
You got 5 more roster spots like in during the summer, like because you have to cut down to 21, and that includes your 15. You got to go. You have up to 21, but you have to cut down to 15 regular roster at the most, and you're up to 3 two-ways by the end of camp, by the day before the season starts. So they could in like easily bring in a couple more players, and we're going to see it with Jordan Ford. Like Sean Cunningham has talked about this on the Kings Beat podcast. Like Jordan Ford will be in camp one way or another,
right? Whether
it's a 2-way or it's a non-guaranteed or whatever, he'll be in camp. But that you still have another, because that puts him at like 17. You still have like 4 spots.
Yeah, use one of them on Harry. Come on, got to do it. Back to the what ifs.
Yep.
Kings what ifs. This was a good one. Jay Barr in the chat says, "What if the Maloofs didn't build a second tower at the Palms?"
So like this was always like the I feel bad for those guys in certain ways because like they end up building the tower like as the real estate market crashes. And when the real estate market crashes, a place like Las Vegas is one of the first places it's hit, right? Because that's a luxury item for people to go to Vegas. And when everyone is watching their mortgage, when you're $200,000 or $300,000 upside down, especially in California, like the neighboring state, where they draw a lot of their stuff, it was hit hard. Like Vegas was decimated by the real estate plunge. The Maloofs, in order to save the Palms, did a couple of things which are completely irrational and should never happen. The first thing they did was sell their beer distributorship to save it, which was, they made, I think it was 150 million or something, but like a beer distributorship will print money from now until the end of time.
Right.
Like as long as there are people will be drinking, and they own like the whole like Southwest, like their distributorship. So that was one thing. But they lost everything on that. Like you built an $800 million tower. And so when they sold the team, they had a $20 million balloon payment to own 2% of the Maloof, of the Palms. And so part of selling the team was to get that $20 million. So George Maloof still owned 2% of the team, of the Palms. All of that 800 million was gone. All of it was gone. Like they got killed on that. And that, I mean, that happens, but it also shows you, number one, not great business people. But number two, that like, that's what happens with a lot of inheritance money type people, that, they eventually make one mistake that ends up being fatal for their fortune.
Yeah. The Maloofs, we lived through it here. We lived through the good times with the Maloofs. And I think the Kings making the playoffs heals a lot of wounds and allows us to take a breath and take a relaxed step back and look at things. And I wonder if that's the case with the Maloofs. Like, they set this franchise back for a decade. I mean, Vivek, he had his shortcomings come in or whatever, but he was 2, 3, 4 yards behind the 8 ball coming in with what he had to do just to get to even. He had to be perfect to get to even because of what the Maloofs had set up. So if you had any missteps, you're just going to stay behind the 8 ball, and that's kind of what happened. So a lot of people never forgive the Maloofs for that. But I say all that to say, we were here when it was good.
Yeah.
They were great on. Here's where it came. This is the simplest way I could put it for somebody that didn't live through it or maybe doesn't remember it accurately. When they had money, they were great. When they didn't have money, they started making desperate, terrible decisions. But as long as they had money, they were phenomenal.
I'll tell you too, like, I don't think they would be upset. I think I've had this discussion with both of them, but the NBA at that time, like when they were owners, didn't really have a great retirement set up for their broadcast teams. So guys like Grant and Gary and Jerry, the Maloofs went out of their way to set up a retirement for them. Like, they were very, very generous dudes. And like, I never had like any crosswords with them or anything. Like, I was around them for a couple of years, like maybe 3. I was in the scrum when during the Lakers preseason game in 2010. After the preseason game, for some reason, Gavin Maloof decided to stick around and sit in the back and watch the press conference. And then as soon as it was over, at that point, the convergence plan was failing. And Gavin stuck around and everyone surrounded him. And like, we started peppering with questions. I walked away from that scrum and said, oh, they're going to try to relocate the team now. They're done. They're completely done. And that's like the nexus of like the Here We Stay movement was that day, that moment. Everyone we walked away from that was like, oh no, they're out of here. They're trying to relocate the team now.
Yeah.
And like, that was pie in the sky, but like Q&R, they tanked in like 2006. Like, all these things that were their fault. Some of them were definitely their fault. They weren't able to capitalize on the greatness of that run, and they should have been able to.
Yeah. I'm not gonna. I thought about maybe I should tease it for the next segment, but I'll deliver on the tease on what the number one what if of all time for the Kings is, and probably will always be. The number one what if is, what if Kevin Johnson wasn't the mayor? And Kevin Johnson's name comes up here I understand there's the number. I'm not talking about the man. I'm talking about the situation. And this is no shade to Mayor Steinberg because I love Mayor Steinberg. If Mayor Steinberg was the mayor when that was going down, I do not believe David Stern gives him the blueprint on how to save this team. I think Commissioner Stern always took pride in one of his players, in Kevin Johnson, being the mayor of one of the cities in his league. And when Kevin Johnson said, "Give me an opportunity to figure this out," David Stern, he didn't say it in these words, but essentially it's like, "For you, Kevin, I'll give you an opportunity to figure this out." And that's what happened. I think if it's any other mayor in America, or basically if the mayor didn't play in the NBA, I don't think they would have gave them the blueprint and did what he had to do to keep this team here.
I'm going to agree. And like I covered this thing so thoroughly and like I was so deep involved in so many of these things. Like there was definitely a relationship there. Mm-hmm. And that relationship is probably what like the blueprint is what you're talking about. Like, and even the blueprint, like there were some errors that like they laid out like, hey, you need to show that you can raise like $10 million in corporate funds like now. Mm. And then they did that, but a lot of that money was it was more on paper than it was true dollars. Mm. And a lot of it was like they went out and got like a hospital system when they already had a hospital system. And now they had two people that they had to figure out how to like that did the same thing. Like, how do you promote two different businesses that are the same? Yeah. So like when the city was able to come up with like $10 million or $11 million in local stuff, there were some sketchy times. Yeah. But like the relationship there, I also think David Stern hated what happened in Seattle, but he also hated how he was portrayed in Seattle, and it became a major hang up for him.
Yeah. We'll touch on that again later in the show. We'll bring up. There's a couple other what ifs too that I want to bring up, but we'll take a break. Football started ish last night. We'll talk about that. The Hall of Fame game went down, and there's some football questions that we have. We'll also have some 49er questions that we'll have for our guy Kyle Madson, who's going to be here in about 40 minutes or so. So James Ham riding shotgun with your boy here on D-Lo and KC on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Anytime you need to, get up and stretch or anything, just say, do what you got to do.
It hurts worse to get up. Yeah. Like how many times do you want to do it one time really bad where you can't stand up, or do you want to do multiple small where you can't stand up? I'll probably stretch a little bit.
Death by paper cuts.
Yeah. I had a good, I've always had a good relationship with Kevin. Like I mean, for Small Market, I interviewed him multiple times, and but I also I know the stories, and I know I've been around him enough, and like I really liked his guys. I think that they were cutting edge, like Canal Merchant and Joaquin McPeak and those guys. I thought that they had good ideas all the time, but I also think like there was a group of fans. There was a group of bloggers that got out in front of this thing and did some incredible work, incredible off the charts work. Yeah. And, guys like Tom Ziller, guys like Blake Ellington. Blake was really the brains behind so many things, even like the blue panel stuff. The city would come to like have these conference calls and like, hey, we're thinking about doing this. And Blake was like, yeah, I thought of that like 2 weeks ago. We already instituted it. We've been working on it. I have a whole team of people doing that right now. And they're like, are you kidding? Like Blake was so cutting edge, so smart. And he did Small Market Big Heart with me. It was me, Blake, and my buddy Tobin.
So I'm not trying to disparage anybody. I mean it when I say this. I'm just speaking about my experience and what I view. So somebody asked the question in here. Where's it at? Carlos. Carlos says, is there any way to watch the 30 for 30? Two different situations. I liked your movie better than 30 for 30. I saw the 30 for 30. I liked yours better.
Okay, so I've never seen it, but I will tell you this. In the credits, am supposed to be credited as a consultant because I had tons of conversation with Jason Hare at the time, like tons of conversation. He used me and John Santiago at Cowbell had created it was mostly John, but using a lot of my work to do it. He had created this incredible timeline on like a Google where we could like put it on a website and then you could sit there and move back and forth of the time.
You can hear him. I always forget that. I always forget you're in the studio. You can hear Jesse when it says that. I don't have to signal to tell you we're on our way back, man. D-Lo and KC, James Ham in the building with me today. We're just talking some Kings, man. Some Kings what-ifs. It's going down memory lane. That's what I like to do when James is here. I hope he doesn't get tired of that because, like, I'm a history guy. I love history. And there's, like, at least the people that I talk to that I know of, there's not a lot of guys that know more history about the Kings and the saga of this team for the last 10, 15 years than you. So whenever James is here, it's always like, all right, good. I ask James the same question damn near every time I have him with the show. And I want to hear it again. I just like it, man. His knowledge is second to none out here.
Yeah. So I have a degree in U.S. history from Dave's. Like, I love history. I didn't take journalism classes. And I've lived here my whole life. So I've followed this team from the time they moved here in 1985, and whatever reason, like stories like this stick. And you know, I've can tell you random player names from any roster of any year, like just ridiculous. It's just, again, the way my brain works. So I like talking historical stuff. I know some people like it, like, why are we back talking about this or whatever? But you know, like, I think it's cool. It's cool to go back, especially during the dog days of summer, to like go through some of this stuff because, you know, like a lot of it is like educational. Like, how did we get to where we are today, and how do we avoid doing it again, and all that stuff. So
my guy over at Hard to Start Fantasy Sports Podcast has a good what if. He said, "What if Tunnel 21 never closed?"
All right.
Maybe we open it back up now at 102.5. Maybe Tunnel comes back here.
Is High Drake the best James Ham King story that's ever been told on the show?
Man, he's got some good ones. High Drake is up there. Jock Vaughn is another one that lives.
You guys love the Jock Vaughn.
I think those are the top two. I mean, the High Drake.
You like my beefs. That's what you like. You guys like the beefs.
These sell, man. That's what sells.
Yeah.
No, the High Drake one is crazy. Like Drake coming in there on that particular night.
I mean, that was the crazy thing. It wasn't that just that Drake was in the locker room. It was that Drake walked into like a situation, like one of the most extreme situations that I've been there, like involved, where you walk in and like, again, you have a feel for a locker room. You walk in and it was like, oh, something happened. What's going on? Everyone's looking around and like, what is happening?
And from what I remember, it was like, and you know, it's not like Vivek brought him in. I don't think, to my knowledge, to what you had said, Vivek didn't know what was going on in the locker room. He was just like, hey, come meet the players. But he didn't know.
Yeah, the door opened and it was Vlade, and then Vivek, and then Drake. And it was like,
I wish we could get his point of view from it. Like, I just walked in the Kings locker room that day and just everyone was pissed off.
I wonder if he remembers.
It was very specific, though. There were small groups of players that had broken up and were having very like secretive, like leaning into lockers and having conversations. And so on one end we had like the Rudy Gay, Rondo and DeMarcus Cousins conversation happening. On another end, we had like another group of players. In the middle, we had another group of players. The whole locker room was quiet. Something major had happened. We're like, what is going on here? And then side door opens and in walks Vlade and then Vivek and then Drake. And then as soon as he walked, I guarantee you, Drake felt the same thing. As soon as he walked in was like, okay, what's going on here? And then I think his first instinct was to go talk to the players and say, hey, what's up? And the players are just like, he realized very quickly that something was going on. Yeah. And then so he turned to us and he like came to the media group, who again was kind of pushed back against the wall. It was a very strange situation. I wonder, and like, hey, what's going on, guys? How are you? And like,
I wonder if Drake used his fake Haitian accent when he was with the Kings. He said, hey, controller, yeah.
But see, I've covered 2 Haitians in Sacramento.
DeMarcus, what's going on now?
You see the clip on Twitter that's been floating around where he keeps saying combination?
That's what I was trying to remember what he said. Combination.
That's funny. I covered my first season. We had Samuel Dalembert,
that's right,
who was one of the coolest dudes. I really like whenever Samuel Dalembert came in, he had this horrible reputation coming to Sacramento. I thought he was the nicest dude, and he had a way of talking, first of all, he had probably like a 7'6" wingspan. And he would talk with his hands and like he was very animated the whole time. And so everyone is squished together because you don't want to get hit by him, like waving these giant arms. And then you end up like he moves in on you. So he became like a close talker, and you felt like, and again, his accent was spectacular. And I thought he was really nice. And I thought he was the right guy at the right time because it wasn't just Cousins that was drafted in the 2010 draft. It was also Hassan Whiteside. And so that's where he would say, hey, Hassan, let's go. And Hassan be like, no, I'm good. And he's like, no, like Pete Carroll was trying to teach them something. And so, and then Hassan didn't want to go do it. And then Dalenbert's like, no, we're going. And Hassan's like, fine, I'll give you like 10 reps. And Dalenbert's just looking at us and looking at him like, it's a legend, man. You go over, he's 3 feet tall, but he is gonna like, and then you look over and there's this little tiny dude teaching basketball to 2 guys who are almost at the rim. And so the dynamics. And then the other Haitian, of course, Scal, Libisier.
Scal, shout out to Scal.
Yeah.
Combination.
Random.
Oh man, so we'll talk more about the Kings as well. But James, like I said, football was back last night. Did you watch any of the Hall of Fame game?
I missed it.
You know what? I said all yesterday, I was like, I'm not watching this. I saw a good amount of it. Saw strong. I don't know if I saw a lot. It was on in the background. I was doing some work at the computer and had the TV on in the background. I tried to see, we'll talk about this in just a little bit, but I tried to see if the A's at some point would do anything to help the Giants. They wouldn't. All right. Had that game on in the background. When that got out of hand, I said, let me turn this off. And it was actually the replay of the Hall of Fame game was on NFL Network. I said, let me just turn it on and see what it looks like. And it was on in the background. I saw Zach Wilson. He threw a little bomb to somebody and, had a nice little completion right there. That's all I really saw. Dorian Thompson, what's his name again?
Dorian Thompson Robinson.
Yeah, Robinson. I was about to say, I thought it was Robinson Thompson. But Dorian Thompson Robinson, DTR from UCLA. He had some good little moments for the Cleveland Browns last night. Saw that. The lights went out. They had to delay the game because the lights went out on the stadium.
It's quality.
Yeah, and Aaron Rodgers spoke for a long time on the broadcast. He had the headset on or whatever. Wasn't really paying attention to him. But Hall of Fame game was there. Football was back. I guess that's good to see. I don't watch the Hall of Fame game, but I don't have any problem with anybody who does or getting excited that football is back. So it was good to see. One of the things that really jumped out to me with the Hall of Fame game that you tend to lose sight of, it feels like, when we talk about the game or whatever, is it's the actual Hall of Fame. Hall of Fame weekend. There's a Hall of Famers getting their shrine in the Hall of Fame this weekend. So the broadcast did a really good job of, and I think they always do this, but they talk to those guys, talk to the Hall of Famers. They had DeMarcus Ware, and Rondé Barber, Zach Thomas, Who was it? Oh, Darrell Revis was there as well. So some heavy hitters, man. It's a nice little class, man. Is there or any of those guys? Do you have any fond memories of any of those guys that are going into the Hall of Fame?
Yeah, I was talking to Jesse before we started. Like Zach Thomas getting in the Hall, like little dude. Yeah. I mean, he was fun and just a hitter. A guy who played middle linebacker as well as you can play it at like 5'10". So growing up, I've always been a 49er fan since I was little. But my brother was always a Miami Dolphins fan. So we always watch both, especially when Dolphins games are on, because it wasn't very often. So I watched a lot of Dolphins over the course of time and watching Zach Thomas play. And, it's fun to see some of these guys get in. I don't know. You're holding out that more Niners get in and stuff like that the whole time, but
yeah, man. They, like I said, they did a good job of speaking to these guys during the game, to kind of keep the broadcast going a little bit. But Zach Thomas was one of the guys that stood out because he got choked up, talking about it. And that's one of the things that I do like about, these Hall of Fame ceremonies. And while I made the decision a year or two ago, I was like, man, we always have these debates about, that's not a Hall of Famer. He's not a Hall of Famer, all this other stuff. And nobody's listening to what Kenny Caraway in Sacramento is saying, but I don't want to be the guy saying, this guy ain't no Hall of Famer. What's he doing on there? Man, let that man enjoy his moment, man. He achieved something in this league that very few guys get to, man, in the Hall of Fame. And you see the emotion that these guys have when they, are even talking about it, when they're at the weekend and they're being celebrated for their career. And, a guy like Zach Thomas last night, like in the past, I don't know if Zach Thomas is a Hall of Famer or not. I never really thought about it, but you see how emotional he got last night, just talking about it, just saying stuff like, man, I would have never in a million years dreamed of, a Hall of Famer. I think DeMarcus Ware was talking, and he was like, you're a kid or a young guy, and you're coming up and you're thinking about your career. Like, I could make the NFL. I could, make the All-Pro. I could be a Pro Bowl. I could win a Super Bowl. He's like, but never do you think Hall of Fame? I'm going to be in the Hall of Fame. And yet here you are. And those moments are special, man. Those are really cool. And to see these guys get inducted into the Hall of Fame, it's always dope to see on these weekends in any sport, the baseball, basketball, or football.
Yeah, I love it. I think the NFL, because there's so many more players. I mean, we're talking about 53-man roster, but really more like 65. We cycle through teams every year, and then how many teams there are, and how many different positions, and how you can stand out at a specific position. That there are a lot more. It's a lot more subjective, and also a lot more players get in. Yeah. I think with the NBA, it's such a small field of players that you believe are Hall of Famers, and it's why it's not talking lightly to say that, look, a guy like Domantas Sabonis, he just made his third All-Star team. If this is who he is for the next 5 years, and if the Kings become a good team, all of a sudden he starts getting mentioned as a Hall of Famer. And, I don't like whether De'Aaron Fox can get to that status or not. I don't know, but it's certainly fun to watch, when we go back to the heyday of the Sacramento Kings, and to see Chris Webber get in and, and get slightly punished and take longer than he should have to get in, but then to get to see Vlade get in. And I know a lot of people have an opinion on whether Vlade should have made the Hall. And to me, that's just come on now, as far as European players, and that's how he got in. He's one of the greatest of all time. And the same with Peja. I kind of wish that they would have let Peja in at the same time. That Peja will be in the Hall of Fame. When he retired, he was number 3 in the NBA in 3-point makes. He's now number 25 because the game has changed.
With Peja, and I'm not trying to, I would love to see him make the Hall of Fame. I'm trying to think. He doesn't have the same history and lineage
he does
overseas that Vlade had.
Yeah, I mean,
because Vlade
was longer,
and he played for. I remember they did the documentary with him and Drazen, and they played on that that special team that lived in the hearts of many in his home country for a long time. Does Peja have that? With I'm trying to think. Where's his What's his country?
Yeah. Well, okay. So he's part of the former
That's what
Yugoslavia.
I
So he
thought,
played
yeah.
for that team.
Yeah,
Serbia, Montenegro,
that's
I
what
believe.
I was thinking. Serbia,
Yeah. So, but I believe that they won a huge tournament with Vlade and Peja on the team together. They won gold, and I want to say it's 2002, but I'm not sure. I'd have to go back and look. But yeah, I mean, he was extremely important, but he didn't have the longevity in the European game that or the international game that Vlade did. Vlade was he was such a groundbreaker. Like there's such a small group of players that came over at a very specific time in the late 80s and early 90s that sort of led the revolution of European player. And now look at the league. I mean, like how many players? When's the last time a US born player won an MVP?
Yeah, it's been a while. It's been a while.
So I mean,
I
some
mean,
of the greatest
Vlade,
players. Yeah.
And people, I think just people sleep on Vlade in general. Vlade was really good, and he was a big guy that could handle the ball a little bit, go coast to coast.
Oh yeah,
could pass the ball on the break. I mean, he was, maybe a baby version of it, but he fit in LA because there was a little showtime to his game at the time to be a big guy doing what he did out there. So definitely worthy of the Hall of Fame. I'd love to see Peja get in there. I mean, you make great points about, where he was as a three-point shooter when he left, and that's not his fault. That's just the nature of the game where he ended up being. But, maybe a EuroLeague champion is what you're talking about.
I think it's
gold
a
medal somewhere.
2002 World Championships.
It was the men's World Basketball Championships that beat Argentina that day.
Come on, man.
Yeah.
Come on now. I mean, he's got one of those gold medals. He's got an NBA champion. And I don't, once again, I just said I'm being very careful with disparaging Hall of Fame careers. But I feel if Tim Hardaway is getting in, I think Peja had a comparable type career, and he should have a strong case to get in as well.
Yeah, I mean, if Peja gets in, it's going to be on the European ticket as well, in my opinion. Because, I mean, we're talking about, if not the greatest European shooter ever, we're talking about top 2, top 3. I mean, Drazen Petrovic was incredible, but also Dirk.
Yeah, he's top 3. Yeah.
But again, Peja's right there. And so it's hard. I mean, we'll have to see. His career wasn't super long because of the back injuries. Retired relatively young. And he's a really good dude. If you've ever been around Peja, really bright, fun to talk to, a really, really good dude. Being around that whole group, that's been some of the best parts of my career, is that, being friends with Doug, or, knowing Bobby like I do, and having the experience of having Vlade around, and Peja, and then the visitors, the guys that come in and are there every once in a while, the Scott Pollards of the world, the Mike Bibbies, there are you get to meet all of those guys completely.
It's good stuff, man. You're listening to ESPN 1320, KIFM West Sacramento, and Odyssey Station. D-Lo and KC. Damian on a much-deserved vacation. James Ham, kind enough to roll with me here as we, go through the dog days of August, man. It's really like the real calm before business starts to pick up. Like I mentioned, last night was the Hall of Fame game. There's no games this weekend, but preseason football will kick off next Thursday, and teams will be playing their 2 or 3 games, and then you get into the season. College football obviously making headlines right now with all the realignment going on, but that season is not far from being here as well. So we chilling out this next week, man. Just before it gets a little crazy. I mentioned the Hall of Fame game was last night, and talked about some of these guys going into the Hall of Fame this year. Rondé Barber, Don Coryell, head coach.
Eric Coryell.
There we go. Chuck Howley.
I don't know Chuck Howley. I didn't look up who Chuck Howley. I know Don Coryell was.
Linebacker, Chicago Bears and the Dallas Cowboys.
Chargers.
Joe Klecko. I saw him last night. Do you remember the New York Sack Exchange? Exchange?
Yeah, him and Mark Gastineau.
Yeah, he was part of that.
I think Gastineau's gone. I think he passed away.
Yeah. He's
Klecko was awesome.
Darrelle Revis Island. one of the great cornerbacks that the game has ever seen, for sure. Ken Riley, a cornerback for the Cincinnati Bengals in the 60s. Joe Thomas, one of the great tackles of all time for the Cleveland Browns. Zach Thomas, we talked about him, linebacker for the Dolphins. Played for the Cowboys for a year or two.
Jason Taylor's brother-in-law.
Really?
They were. I'm pretty sure they still are.
Jason Taylor, big brother of Joy Taylor. DeMarcus Ware for the Cowboys and Broncos are the guys going in. Is there anybody off the top of your head that you feel should be in there that isn't?
Well, like for the NFL, I mean, there's so many players that, you know, that get in every year, but also so many that are part of the finalist group. And I'd like to see the full list of finalists, but as somebody who, you know, watched the 49ers and, you know, for like since, you know, the early 80s, Roger Craig and, you know, the first dude to ever have 1,000.
Come on, man.
Revolutionized the running back pass catching, like completely revolutionized the game. I would like to see him give some love. I don't know. I'm surprised. Like I'm looking at the list, the Hall of Fame class for the complete senior semifinalist list. Ken Anderson, Otis Anderson, Carl Banks. I once took a flight to New York with Carl Banks.
Wow.
Random. I would like to see Mark Clayton. Mark Clayton was part of the greatest revolutionized offense that we've ever seen. Clayton and Duper.
For the Dolphins?
The Dolphins, the 84 Dolphins, where Marino threw for 5,000 yards before.
That's the team that got smacked by the Niners.
Yeah.
40, calm down.
I'm just saying, that's what happened.
Yeah, but I think when we look, you know, when you're looking at like people who helped revolutionize the game, like Dan Marino is 20 years ahead of anyone. Like, you know, the only one who even came close to starting to put up numbers were like Warren Moon and Jeff George playing like run and shoot stuff. What was the old Jerry Glanville offense? Spread offense where they just had like, you know, a bunch of like near 1,000-yard receivers every year. But you know, that type of offense. But Dan Marino was the one that like really was able to change the game.
Special. I agree with you. Definitely Roger Craig. I mean, come on, man.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on there. Roger Craig not being in the Hall of Fame. And at this point, I don't know if he ever gets in. I mean, this is something that feels like we've been saying for the last decade. Roger Craig should be in, and they don't put him in. So I don't know. I don't know what it's going to take to get him in there. Vivek's boy, Roger Craig, by the way. I wonder if they're still cool. I think they are.
Oh, I'm pretty sure they're still like, so like Vivek is hilarious, especially when Vivek first took over the team. He wasn't very comfortable with media. So Vivek would do this really funny thing where anytime you'd go over and like say hello, he'd go, "Oh, have you met my friend Roger Craig?" He'd hand you over to Roger Craig. You'd shake Roger Craig's hand.
And then Roger Craig would start talking.
Well, no, you look over and Vivek is gone. Like it's like Vivek has like a pocket in his that he just pulls out like an Acme hole, throws it on the ground, drops through, and he vanishes. You're like, what in the world? Like, thanks for introducing me to Roger Craig. This is cool, but like, really, dude, where did you go? But yeah, that was always like, and I dig it. Like, as someone who grew up a Niners fan and someone who grew up going to Sierra College and going to, you know, training camp every year, I love meeting some of those guys as well.
Yeah, he should definitely be in the Hall of Fame. This ESPN list has a number of guys who people feel are snubbed. Devin Hester, I think he'll definitely get in there at some point. Devin Hester, the greatest return man of all time. The other guy that I think about, he's not a Hall of Famer, but damn, did he have a moment. I was about to say Aaron Hall. It definitely wasn't Aaron Hall. Dante Hall. Remember him with the Chiefs? The human joystick. Jesse, you know Dante Hall?
Dante Hall and Priest Holmes, because I was like younger. Those are like my first few favorite football players right there. Priest Holmes and Dante Hall
was amazing. Like I said, I don't know if he's a Hall of Famer because he literally didn't do anything else outside of returning. And then Devin Hester came and ended up being the greatest returner of all time. But Dante Hall, it might be like 2 or 3 years, he was unbelievable. Unbelievable. So maybe he's in the Hall of Good.
Patrick Willis, he was a finalist this year, didn't make it though.
Oh yeah, Patrick Willis definitely need to be in the Hall of Fame. Now they
Oh,
might not
yeah.
they might not give it to Patrick though, because he played 7 seasons, I think.
No, 8, and I think he was all pro in all 8 years.
He
Yeah.
should. Anybody with common sense as
Yeah.
Patrick Willis is a Hall of Famer, but they might not give it to him.
Yeah. It's interesting. Like some of the other players on this, like Henry Ellard, Lester Hayes. I thought Lester Hayes was in the Hall. I thought Bob Kuchenberg was in the Hall as well. And like I'm gonna have to go through this again. Like Jim Marshall, Clay Matthews, Steve McMichaels. Steve McMichaels is was on the Bears, 86 Bears with the. I think they said his ring size was like a silver dollar size.
You said Steve McMichael?
Yeah.
That's a dude from
wrestler.
WCW, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
That's where he got even more famous, when he ended up being a wrestler damn near full time after his football career.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everson Walls too. I'm surprised Everson Walls isn't in the Hall. A great defensive back safety for the Cowboys.
Yeah. So there's some guys that should be there soon, but congratulations to the guys who are going in this year. We'll dip out real quick. When we come back, we'll talk more football. We'll talk 49ers football. And maybe I'll ask them some Warrior what-ifs. How about that? Kyle Madson, who knows a little bit about Warriors basketball and a lot about 49ers football. He'll be joining the show. Skinny Caraway, James Ham, D-Lo, and KC right here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. No sticky Nicky.
Wait, it was John Bull that got in a fight with
George Carl.
George Carl?
Yeah.
Come on, John Bull. Got to be better than that. Yeah.
Shout out George Carl, friend of the show too.
See a friend
of the show. It was a really good interview. I enjoyed the things George Carl had to say when he came on.
We we talked about him on the happy hour last night with Jim Crandall. And Jim had the opinion that, I mean, it's off the record, but that team could have been something if they would have got buy-in. And Sean, who were there every day and had to deal with George, it was just unfortunate because I loved covering George Carl when he was with the Nuggets. I love going over to Nuggets pregame, and because you would ask him a question, he'd look at you, give you a thoughtful answer. Really, you felt like you were learning something every time. And that is not who we got in Sacramento. And, he had a team that did not want to jump on board, and it was tough.
Yeah.
Like there was a mutiny in that season.
And he was also in a different part of his life too, where
he was.
He didn't have the same energy probably that.
No, he didn't. No.
That he once had.
Yeah. I think I've told you, he called me an asshole in front of cameras.
Completely uncalled for.
Yeah. Which I found humorous, but that and he had some other moments that were like, come on now. So, but again, really a brilliant basketball mind. And I loved his staff too. His staff was a bunch of good dudes. How much time do we have? Okay, I'll wait.
I'm sure you want to.
No, that's cool.
Go ahead.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
All right. I'll be right back.
Yep. Oh man. One of the things when you're in the A chair, I guess you could say, is I don't have as much time to look at the chat. Also, it's not even about running the show. It's about the way this microphone and everything is configured. James is here. I'm talking to James. I can't see my peripheral is over here, but I can't read the chat. When I'm over there, the screen's right in front of me. I just, move my eyes a little bit. The chat's there. So sorry, guys.
Maybe we'll move James into your chair next week.
Yeah. Well, James seems comfortable over there. We can get him. And then there's going to be people in here so they could sit in my chair. James can stay in his chair.
Oh, no, that's terrible. Johnny Manziel said he attempted suicide. Jeez. Jeez, man. I'm glad he's here with us today. Hmm.
Back. Were you talking to me when I was walking out? Because I had my earbuds in.
No, I think I was just talking in general. Oh no, I was talking to the chatty house. Yeah, Rob W, just calm down. Settle down. Yeah. Well, Janet, that's what I'm talking about here on this Friday afternoon. It's not even that hot. It's actually a beautiful, beautiful Friday in Sacramento. Once again, I got to give credit to the weather of Sacramento. You know, it was getting dragged through the mud 2 weeks ago when we were at 108 and all this other stuff, but nobody talks about it when it's just low 90s.
Because that was ridiculous 2 weeks ago. That was ridiculous. It was like 101 at night. Now we get these cool Sacramento nights. Like now it's fine.
It's actually a little chilly. Like it needs to warm up a little bit at night. At least where I'm at, you know, the side of town I'm on, gets a little chilly at night. The wind starts blowing. Like, wait a minute, is this October or is this August? I need it to be August. So I needed to warm up a little bit.
Triple digit weather is unnecessary.
Well, it's the summer. It's not the summer until we have triple digit weather. Let me look right here. When is it coming back? Is it coming back?
I think it's coming back next week.
Okay, let's go. I'm ready. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. 108 on Sunday. Let's go.
There's no way you can like that. There's no way people like that.
108. Bro, it's 95 today. 2 days from now, it's a 108. How?
It's going to be 108 on Sunday?
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus.
104 on Monday, and then it goes back into the 90s. So, yeah. We're closing this thing out, Sacramento. We're closing out this summer for sure. Kyle Matson's going to join us. Actually, he's here right now. Kyle Madson in the house here
What's up,
on
y'all?
AC. Kyle, what's going on with you, big
Kyle.
dog?
I don't think anyone actually likes 108. I think they like the things associated with summer. Barbecues, pool parties, going to the beach, maybe summer vacation if you're a teacher or a student. You like those things that are associated with summer. Nobody's like, you know what? It's 84 this weekend. That stinks. Give me that 108.
Oh, you're right.
Nobody's doing that.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. But that's what I like. I like the things associated with 108. It
That's
tells me
fine.
it's summer. It tells
That's
me,
fine. But objectively, 108 sucks.
well,
Are you pro global warming, Kenny?
no. So look, hey, how does
It's like, I hate the ozone.
how does 4 degrees feel?
I don't know, man.
What's the coldest you've ever been in? Like
The coldest I've ever been in personally?
Yeah.
I was in Tahoe one year. It was like 9.
Yeah, I think I was at the All-Star game in New York City
Oof.
with wind chill factor. It was like -11.
Oh,
I'm out.
jeez.
You couldn't walk a full city block without having to poke into like a coffee shop because like my ears and my face, I was getting frostbite on my ears and my face
Jeez.
just trying to walk like a couple of blocks to a hotel where they were doing All-Star stuff.
Yeah. See,
There's
you
no
ain't-
reason to live in that.
You don't have to do that in 108.
No.
You don't have to dip into air conditioning.
Yes, you do.
No, you can walk down the street if you want to. I wouldn't advise it, but if you have to, you can walk down the street just fine.
Are you really outside when it's 108 or are you inside?
I'm inside.
You're outside insofar as you need to go somewhere else to be inside.
Although a couple weeks ago, when it was like 108 or whatever, I had tickets to the River Cats game, I was like, it's a 7:00 start. You know, the shade is there. We're right. You know, that's what good tickets. We're right behind the plate. Like, we'll be on the shade side. You know, I'm never gonna be in the sun. It'll be fine, no issues. Boy, I didn't cool down until about the 8th inning, bottom of the 8th. It was hot. I was sweating. It was crazy. I had a good time, but yeah, that shade did nothing for me.
Kyle, do you go to River Cats games ever?
Yeah, I've been to a couple.
Okay. Yeah, I've never been to a River Cats game where a fan didn't like get hit hard.
Oh my God.
Because I don't like if you go like if you're sitting behind home plate, you're fine.
Yeah.
If you go down the first base and third base lines, the seats face out. They don't face home plate. So like a standard baseball stadium like curls, it doesn't curl. So to watch a game the whole time, you got your head turned. And then on top of that, their seats are small. So it's like taking Spirit Airlines.
Spirit.
If you go with a couple of big dudes, you're stuck like this the whole game with your head turned. And every game I've ever been to, a ball will skip off a dugout or will fly into the stands and cream off someone's head. Everyone's got it like medical treatment comes out every time. I don't know.
Something happened last. What happened?
Terrifying.
Somebody got hit, but it wasn't with like a foul ball. It was they did this thing. They did this thing where the people had to. It was like this huge beach ball or something like that, and they were pushing it through the crowd or whatever, and like, you know, your section pushes it to the left, and the next section pushes it to the left or whatever. Well, they were doing that, and they were hitting it back and forth. And one lady just wasn't paying attention and just got clocked with the beach ball. And this is like damn near the size of like you know how they got the beach balls that a human could be in and they can run in right now. Like it was that size, and she just got smacked, finessed 2 times with the big giant beach ball. I felt so bad for her. She should have been paying attention though. How could you not miss it? The crowd's going crazy. You should see what's going on.
I'll take that over a baseball though, for
Yeah.
sure. I'll
Yeah.
take a 2-piece from a beach ball over a 1-piece from a baseball every day.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Kyle, did you watch any of the football game last night?
No, I take pride in not watching the Hall of Fame game. I genuinely can't remember the last time I watched a second of the Hall of Fame game, and I'm so proud of that fact.
Usually I do the same thing. It was on last night. It was on in the background because, well, once again, no thanks to either one of you two. I was trying to watch Dodgers A's and hoping that the A's might, you know, pull a rabbit out of their hat and might help them gain a game in the NL West. It got to 2-1 in the 6th, and I was like, hey, maybe things might happen. Then by the 7th, it was 5-1. I said,
Okay,
well, that's going to happen.
This is a you problem. That's a you thing going in thinking the A's were going to do something.
We did get a Tyler Soderstrom home
was
run,
big time.
first career home run, and,
that's who
and
that
Zach
was, okay.
Geloff hit a home run.
He has
His
2 in the
fifth.
series, right?
Yeah, he's got 5. He's up to 5 in 17 games with 10 extra base hits in 17 games. Not bad.
It wasn't enough to get us a win yesterday. Somebody, people talking about, you know, the A's play spoiler night now. They're not spoiling anything. If anything, they're
got
spoiling
30.
it for the Giants,
They
not
got
getting a
30
win.
wins.
Yeah, no chance.
They ain't
He is
spoiling
playing
nothing.
spoiler.
So I say that to say I was watching that game until it got relatively out of hand. And I turned it to NFL Network for the replay of the Hall of Fame game. I saw a little bit. Saw Zach Wilson, nice little bomb down the sidelines. And DTR looked pretty good for them.
Yeah, my guy Dorian Thompson-Robinson.
He looked pretty
If the
good.
Niners are going to draft a quarterback, that's the QB they should have drafted.
I thought they
But
should have
didn't.
drafted him. I really do.
Brandon
think
Allen.
Hmm.
That's the guy.
Brandon Allen didn't get any reps yesterday. Anything
Yeah.
happened today? Are they?
Yeah,
are
he
they
got his
finally-
normal third-team reps.
Are they finally like moving on from Brandon Allen?
I don't think that was that. I think they're keeping him around just in case one of these other guys goes down during camp. He's not a viable like quarterback though. If you're at the point of your season where you're turning to Brandon Allen, your host.
No, it's like turning to Josh Johnson.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Josh Johnson, the Josh Johnson moment.
Right. Yeah. So no, I think they're going to try and get him to the practice squad. And he was a free agent in June. Teams aren't clamoring to go pick up Brandon Allen.
Yeah.
Kyle, we've been talking about all of the great moments in Kings history. What do we call them, Kenny?
The what ifs.
The what if moments.
What if?
Oh,
Yeah.
Like the one that we were stuck on for pretty much a whole segment is what if DeMarcus Cousins doesn't flick off a Warrior fan backstage. He was just about to get this contract extension. And that was like the straw that broke the camel's back when he double birds a Warriors fans after the Kings win. And Vivek and Vlad, we can't do this. Like we can't get this guy to it.
Just for that?
Well, I mean, that was the straw that broke the camel's back.
Sure,
like
sure.
He'd done a number of different things, and they were like, "No, we'll still do it. We'll still do it." And then I think it was a kid or a woman or something. I shouldn't laugh, but he flicked them off.
Do you have a what-if moment, Kyle, for Warriors?
Oh, for the Warriors, I think the interesting one. This is less like Warrior centric and more kind of NBA as a whole. Is what if they just close out the 2016 finals? If they just close that out in Game 5 and they win 4-1, and the 73-9 is enshrined and it's all that, but they probably don't get Kevin Durant in that case, which means they probably keep Harrison Barnes. Do they win any more finals? How many more do they win if they do? Where does Kevin Durant go? And what does that team look like? I just think that blown finals lead, that historic collapse, set in motion a bunch of dominoes that would not have fallen otherwise. So,
well, even the go even further on that point, isn't the what if right there is what if Harrison Barnes signs the extension? Because didn't he decline it? Didn't he turn it down?
I don't remember. Was it during the offseason?
Yeah, I felt like they offered him something and he turned it down.
Maybe.
And
I don't remember exactly what happened with that.
Yeah.
But the other one is the Monte Steph thing. When they traded Monte for and Ekpe Udoh for Andrew Bogut. That's because all honesty, old takes exposed, Monte was the dude.
He was.
And Steph couldn't stay healthy. So it was like, why are you trading Monte? Monte's all we have. What's the deal here? Right. And then Joe Lacob comes out at Chris Mullin's retirement ceremony, he gets booed and all that jazz. That's huge. If they don't wind up trading Steph, or B, if they don't sign him to that super cheap contract, whatever was like 4 years and $48 million that allowed them to build out the rest of the roster around him, that's two right there. A, that contract, and B, just hanging on to him that are also pretty significant. So those are two recent ones for sure.
That happened in Sacramento. Like I was there for that. The Warriors were warming up on the floor at Arco, and Monte was on the floor warming up. And then the news started to break, and it was like, what's happening here? And then Monte came off the court, and then we had a pregame with Mark Jackson where he got all emotional and started to cry.
Wow.
Yeah, that was like, it was all happening in real time as we were sitting there. And I even remember watching Monte come out of the tunnel, come out of their locker room right before that. Like he wasn't wearing a shirt. He's going to come out and warm up without a shirt on. And he went walking out, and then he came back a couple of minutes later, after the murmur started to roll around the building. Yeah, it was wild.
So wild.
Yeah, I remember. I think was I living in the Bay Area at the time? At the very least, I was familiar. Monte was the dude. Like Monte.
Yeah.
Like people love Monte Ellis.
Monty Williams is cool too. Big Monty Williams guy.
Yeah, they love Monte Ellis out there, and that might be the what if in Warriors history. Like, and then
there's also a Clay for Kevin Love trade in there.
Yeah.
There's also on draft night, they had a deal ready with the Suns, I think, for Amare Stoudemire, where they were going to trade that pick for Amare.
Well, and then the other folktale with the Monte thing is I think it was this trade, maybe it was another one, but I think they told Milwaukee, take your pick, Monte or Steph.
I'd never heard that.
Oh,
there's one.
That'd be wild.
It's either that trade or maybe it's the Phoenix one too. But one of them, they said, "Hey, take which one do you want?"
With Steph, there was conversations early on about trading him. That's what you're talking about with Amare Stoudemire, right? Yeah, there were plenty of talks early on, and you never know how those things are gonna work out. Like I remember, like in Sacramento, it was always who's better, Kevin Martin or Monte Ellis.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was like the big debate, like who's a better player, and they both put up numbers, but neither one of them won anything.
Yeah.
I feel like they had a game. The Warriors and Kings had a game in 2009, maybe, where
Bleak.
Monte and Kevin Martin both had like huge games.
I think I remember that too.
I'm gonna look that up. I'm gonna be absent from my own hit for a minute here.
I feel like it was in Oakland. I think I remember that.
Interesting. Yeah.
Kevin Martin was a dude.
He was.
Kevin Martin could hoop.
I didn't get to cover Kevin Martin. He left right before I started covering the team in 2010. So DeMarcus Cousins first year, but also Tyreek Evans second year. Second year. And he was, he had some big moments that second year, but the team had no payroll at all. It was just bad. So,
well, you know who does have a payroll? The San Francisco 49ers.
Yes.
And
it's a great transition by you.
Thank you.
Segue.
I'm trying to get my Damian Barling on. And they're going to use a good amount of that payroll probably to sign Nick Bosa. The question is, when is that going to happen, Kyle? Like, are you to the point where, because I'm not, like I continue to say, they have prepared, maneuvered, let guys go, work different contracts for like the last 3 seasons, all in preparation for this moment. There's no way it doesn't get done, in my opinion. But are you concerned that it's going a little longer than you'd like it to go right now?
Yeah, obviously you'd like to have him day one of camp, but I'm not concerned with Nick Bosa signing at all. John Lynch is openly saying that he's very confident. The thing that lets me know they're at least heading the right direction, and you mentioned all the stuff that they've mapped out, and they have a 3-year plan and a 5-year plan and all that. I'm guessing a lot of the discussion here is not necessarily over the amount of money. The Niners aren't trying to lowball him at 20 a year. They're not trying to squeeze that kind of deal out of him. They're trying to ensure that they're structuring this contract in a way that in 2 years they're not having to get rid of Christian McCaffrey and Brandon Ayuk and all these other guys. They're trying to fit him in and time these contracts out where, George Kittle may be out the door in a couple of years, where Deebo Samuel may be out the door in a couple of years, where Eric Armstead, there's these big contracts that are coming up that they can kind of get out from under. And I think they're maybe trying to push the money down the road where Bosa may not want that as much. So I think there's just this minutia that they're working on that makes it really tough. And with Bosa specifically, I don't think the urgency is there for the 49ers as much as it might be for a player like Deebo Samuel, for example, who came into camp last year out of shape because he saw his contract as a distraction, and he's admitted as much this year on the record. So with Bosa, they know he's going to be in shape. They know he's going to come in ready to play. John Lynch said in a press conference that when he played, Lynch needed 3 weeks. He needed 3 weeks of camp to get in shape, to get his body calloused and ready to play. So I think that's kind of the point where you'll see some real urgency from the 49ers, where maybe they start making some bigger concessions if they've not reached a deal at that point. But I think it'll happen before then. And the reason I think that is because we haven't seen the media sniping from either side yet. We haven't seen the Niners lowball offered, or, Nick Bosa is unhappy with this, or the 49ers are frustrated with that. Even Adam Schefter on Pat McAfee yesterday was like, yeah, they're going to get something done. They'll come to an agreement. There's no like chippiness on either side. So that I'm still optimistic.
It almost feels like Bosa is just hanging out somewhere, like enjoying himself and not having to play. Like right now, that's what it like. And I'm sure that dude, like, he's a workout warrior. He doesn't miss a day in the gym.
He definitely exercises.
Yeah, he does. He does more exercise than all 3 of us combined. And just so you know, I did find the Kevin Martin game. This is
in Oakland,
April 1st, 2009 in Oakland. The Warriors won in overtime, 143-141.
Wow.
Yep.
Kevin Martin dropped 50.
Oh,
yeah. Monte had 42.
Monte had 42,
That's
9 assists, 9
phenomenal.
rebounds for Ellis as well.
damn.
Kalena Azubuike, 27 points, 13 rebounds in that game. I know him. He's a
Jamal
good
Crawford.
I can imagine.
Legend.
Ronnie Turioff.
The
Oh,
Warriors made 3 threes in a game where they scored 143 points.
Look, I can imagine the broadcast team, the Bob Fitzgeralds, the Grant Napiers saying, oh boy, the future is bright with guys like Kevin Martin and Monte Ellis on these two
for sure.
are going to be going at it for years to come.
Bro, Kevin Martin shot 26 free throws.
26. And the Kings were 16 and 58 at that point in the season. They won 17 games that season. So they didn't win.
Last year they were trying to get Blake, right?
I think they went 1-8 afterwards. Yeah, that's the year that they ended up with Tyreek at number 4.
Yeah. These two franchises, they have their foundation pieces.
Yeah, that game was definitely billed in various post games as like a look into the future of basketball in Northern California.
Amazing.
Good times.
Amazing.
Good times. With the Niners, I agree with you. That's gonna get done. That's gonna get taken care of. We were talking earlier this week about the roster and some of the concerns that we have. And I gotta be honest with you, I don't have a whole lot of concerns. I'm not even really that concerned about the quarterback position. I'm not saying Brock Purdy's going to be undefeated like he was last year, but I think he's a good quarterback. Until I see otherwise, I'm going to continue to think he's a good quarterback. The thing that worries me the most about this team is that offensive line, and specifically from center all the way across the right side. Now, when you got somebody like Colt McCovitz, we were talking to Nick Wagner during the week, and he says, the consensus is, yeah, baby, you'll be a little better in pass protection with McCovitz down there, but the run game may suffer, or his run blocking may suffer. The other two, you're not really sure what you're going to get all the time. Are there nothing but a bunch of question marks on that offensive line, or is there, is that kind of been a narrative that's a little overblown?
No, I think it's right, but in the sense that we have to view this team through the scope of a Super Bowl contender, right? That's their offensive line in the regular season. I said this going into last year when it was an even bigger question mark. That Brendel had never been a starter. Aaron Banks had never been a starter. Spencer Burford was a rookie. There were question marks on the offensive line last year, and it's fine through the regular season. You can coach around it in the regular season. But in their biggest games, against the Chiefs in the Super Bowl in 2019, right guard became a problem for them. And Chris Jones just kind of took over that game because Mike Person, the right guard, couldn't block anybody. You look at the Rams in 2021 in the NFC title game. Their defensive line just took over that game late. You look at last year against, I'm going to toss out the Philly game, but the Dallas game, the week before, Dallas's defensive line just cooked that entire game. And that's where I have concerns about the Niners offensive front. So theoretically, Jake Brendel, second year as a starting center, theoretically he takes a step forward, right? He has a full year starting. He has another year in the system. He's going to be better. Spencer Burford, another guy who's gotten some buzz at camp. He was a rookie last year, ended up kind of rotating in and out as the year went on, but he's going to be the full-time starter now. You expect him to take a step. Colt McKivitz getting all these reps. You expect him to take a little bit of a step. Like, that's all in theory, sure, but I'm with you, Casey. It's a significant question mark. I'm not going to call it a concern because, like I said, I think it's mostly going to be fine. But if they get into another NFC title game with the Eagles, are you confident that they're going to be able to keep their quarterback upright? Like, that's where it does become a concern for me.
Like I said, Mike Parsons. I forgot. Oh my gosh, he was trying to get to the Super Bowl. Mike Parsons.
Yeah.
How do they sure that? Is there a way to fix this between now and deep in the in the season, or like, because it feels like they're okay spending their money on defense and on these extra pieces, and not so much on the offensive line outside of Trent and the quarterback position. They don't spend any money there either. So is this going to be something that keeps popping up?
I think so. They're banking on, if Aaron Banks takes another step and is like a Pro Bowler this year, great. But they're banking on, like you said, Jake Brendel, kind of career journeyman guy, taking this big leap at 30 or 31 or however old he is. And Spencer Burford, their 4th round pick, who bounced all over the offensive line in college, they're banking on him focusing at right guard and getting better. They're like, okay, that's nice. Colt McKivitz has been in the system for a couple of years. So in theory, it could get better if those players get better. But the other side of that coin, that's fine if you want to flip that coin. The other side of it, though, is, Colton McKivitz just isn't very good at football. And they didn't use any resources to go get a backup for him in free agency. And same thing with Spencer Burford. Like, John Feliciano's a guy on the roster, but he's just a journeyman. He's fine. He's okay. But that said, the offensive line depth is not super easy to find. And finding really good offensive linemen is not that easy. And the ones who are really good get paid a lot of money. So you hit the nail on the head. They're paying a linebacker. They're paying a defensive end. They're paying a running back. They're paying a wide receiver. They're paying their tight end. They got to go cheap somewhere. And so they're kind of rolling the dice on the offensive front. It's a little bit risky, but there's definitely a chance that it works out.
The only time I feel like people were in the entire NFL were happy with their offensive line was like last year's Eagles and the first year Zeke Elliott was with the Cowboys. Other than that, everybody's like, oh, that line is a concern.
Yeah, it's hard to find with the way practices are now. Well, A, with the way college football is played, and B, with the amount of practice time NFL teams get where you can go contact, it's just hard to improve as an offensive lineman.
Yeah.
In the span of one training camp. Yeah. So I think offensive line play is going to just be a little bit of an issue here for a while, especially as defensive linemen get more athletic. Like, did you see some of these defensive tackles coming out? Running like 4.3s and 4.4s at 6'5", 240. Get out of here.
They're making them different.
That's insane.
Nowadays. They're making them different now.
That's insane.
I mean, the Niners have the kid who was a rookie last year. Is it Jackson?
Drake Jackson.
Incredible super athlete. Like, what in the world is happening?
That guy does backflips.
He also might not be very good at football.
Well,
like that. That's step 2. But no, I mean, Casey, he's doing backflips at his size. It's just
like 6'5", 280 doing
so
backflips.
Silly.
Like, what is happening?
Nuts.
So we're talking about the offensive line. The defensive line, though, like it feels like once you get Bosa back, once you get him in camp, like it's going to be the deepest. Well, it's going to be the best front four that we've seen in a while. But also, like, is the depth there? Are they going to be able to survive anything major?
Maybe they've been fine on the defensive tackle. Like last year, they had some injuries, and Javon Kinlaw got hurt again, and Eric Armstead missed a bunch of time, and Hassan Ridgeway, who was sneaky good for them last year, got hurt, and they just kind of figure it out. They just plug these guys in. Like T.Y. McGill is a player that they just signed off the street, and he was just a productive.
That's not a real player.
That's it turns out it is. He played like 6 years. I was like, oh, here's this rookie. It's like, no, he's been in the league. I've never heard of this guy. And he comes in and he's fine. So I think they're okay there. But to your point, James, at the defensive end spot, if Drake Jackson does not take the jump that they're hoping he'll take, and then you're banking on a guy like Austin Bryant, who's been okay when he's been on the field, but he can't stay healthy, and then a guy like Cleveland Ferrell, who is a pretty disappointing draft pick for the Raiders, that's where things get rough, because now you can just put your tackle on an island and focus heavier on your Eric Armsteads and your Javon Hargraves and your Nick Bosas, and that could absolutely be a problem for them, I think, this year. But on the other hand, you get Armstead next to the best defensive tackle he's played with since Buckner.
I was just about to say, on the other hand, what you just said was crazy. Like, now we can focus on Armstead, Hargraves. Yeah. Okay, try to focus on that if you want to.
Yeah, so I think their defensive line, just with their track record, right, is going to be fine. Like, I'm not super worried about it. But if that group is healthy, like, here's the difference for me. Their defensive line is going to be fine. I don't think at any point this year we're going to sit here and look at the Niners and go, you know what, they're 4-6, and man, they just can't rush the passer. They just can't stop the run. I don't think that's going to happen. But if one of those guys figures it out, whether it's Drake Jackson, the rookie 5th-round pick Robert Beal, Austin Bryant, Cleveland Ferrell, or otherwise, Taco Charlton, who they just signed, if one of those guys is really good, watch out. That could be just a dominant defensive line that kind of just takes over games the way we saw in 2019.
Hey, maybe I just remembered this just now, so my bad. I should have better research here. But I saw something yesterday. I'm trying to find it. I saw something yesterday about this tight end that's turning heads
Braden Willis?
Yes. Like I've never heard of him. I'm Shaquille O'Neal. I'm not familiar with this game. What's going on? But I heard he's like, they're throwing the ball to him. He's looking spectacular. Like, what do we know about this guy?
So he played it as college football at Oklahoma. He was not crazy production as a wide receiver, or not as a wide receiver, but just as a receiver, as a pass catcher. But he was consistently pretty productive over his 4 or 5 years. I think it was 5 years. He's pretty consistently productive. He's really good at blocking on the move, where he's pulling and getting those combo blocks with Kyle Juszczyk, where he's lining up in the backfield and then running across the formation. So he was doing that in college, but the biggest adjustment, I think, it's not a huge surprise to me that he's starting to catch some passes and turn some heads as a receiver, because he's always been a pretty good athlete. He's really good at finding space, and then once he gets going after the catch, he's pretty tough to bring down. But as a blocker, that's what's going to get you on the field. That's what's going to matter, and that's when I'll start really getting my ears perked up on these rookie tight ends. Cameron Latu, the 3rd round pick from Alabama, is another one. I'll start I'll start noticing when they're getting first team reps and they're blocking and doing all that stuff, because that's ultimately what's going to matter.
Yeah.
When you look at this team, what is the glaring weakness outside of that offensive line? Like, what do you want to see them figure out here in the next couple of weeks building up to the season?
Quarterback.
No,
honestly, if you put any other, and I said that a little bit tongue in cheek, but if you put, I don't know, pick your favorite quarterback under center for this team, there's just no doubt they're the best roster in the league, and they're the Super Bowl favorite. That's kind of where this team is at. But the big holdup with them is the reason they're, number 5 in the power rankings behind your Chiefs and Mahomes and your Bills and Allen and your Bengals and Burrow and Eagles with Hurts, is because of the quarterback. Like, that's, I guess, the weakness, because Brock Purdy is, while he, they scored 33.5 points a game after he came in week 13, it's still a question mark.
Wow.
Does he regress? What does it look like post-injury?
And that's what it is. It's a question mark. It's not even like he stinks. I think a lot of times in the past, I think these people were wrong, but they're like, Jimmy's just not good enough. Like, you have a great roster around him, but Jimmy's just not good enough. Once again, they were wrong, in my opinion, but that was always a knock. I don't even think people are saying that right now. They're like, we don't know about this Brock Purdy. We don't know if he can do it again or anything close to it. Yes, they should win the Super Bowl, but we don't know.
Yeah, if they score 33.5 points a game, I think they have a really good chance of winning it all. Yeah. I'm comfortable saying that. Yeah, but no, you're right. Does he take a little bit of a step forward? And okay, his interceptable throws come down a little bit, and he's a little more decisive in the pocket. And oh my gosh, look, he's throwing for 4,000 yards and 30 touchdowns and 8 interceptions. Like, sure, man, I guess that's on the table. But also on the table is they go 2-6 through the first 8 and he gets benched. That's also on the table. I know those are two kind of extremes, but you could tell me anything about how Brock Purdy's season goes, and I would be like, okay, sure. They're just, everything's kind of on the table for me right now. They're just, as good as he was last year, it was we'll call it 6-game sample size in the regular season.
Yeah, for sure.
And he was pretty good. He was a little bit better than Jimmy Garoppolo in terms of pushing the ball down the field, in terms of being decisive, in terms of his accuracy over the middle of the field. He was just kind of a little bit better into not taking bad sacks, getting out and extending plays and turning would-be sacks into touchdowns or would-be sacks into throwaways and keeping it 3rd and short instead of 3rd and long. He just did these little things a little bit better than Garoppolo, and the offense took off. Yeah. So can he keep doing those little things a little bit better? Like, yeah, sure. Why not?
I think he will. I heard.
I love that you're optimistic for once.
Just for one, you sound pessimistic, right? Niners think they should have no Super Bowls. Like, I'm usually the pessimist, but I heard Ambry Thomas speak yesterday, and he said something that I didn't even think about. They were asking him about him and, this upcoming season, how he feels. And he said something to the effect of like, yo, this secondary room is crazy. He said, we got so much better in the secondary this offseason. No slight to anybody that was here before, but the talent and what Coach Wilkes is teaching us, like, we're so much better. That's if people were talking about an area of concern, obviously you got the quarterback. Obviously you're talking about offensive line. I think that's where people will go next with the secondary. But it surprised me to hear him say that about how he feels they got a lot better in the secondary. Is that something that maybe people have been sleeping on, that they improved possibly in the secondary?
It could happen for sure, especially if Jair Brown, their third round pick, is the player that they're hoping he can be, where he's kind of a Swiss Army knife, a little bit of do everything safety in year one. Then yeah, if Diomedor Lenoir in the playoffs last year had 2 interceptions, didn't allow a touchdown, and allowed a passer rating of like 23. He was crazy good in the postseason. So if he picks up where he left off and Talanoa Hufanga erases some of the kind of colossal mistakes that he would make every now and then yeah, sure. Like they could absolutely be better. And Isaiah Oliver, the nickel corner they signed, he started outside with Atlanta when they drafted him a few years back. He was not a very good outside corner. They moved him to the slot and he just takes off. He was really good. He had an ACL though, and he missed some time, and there's a chance that he's just a really awesome slot corner for them, and their defense kind of takes off with him and Diomedor Lenoir taking a step forward. That wouldn't surprise me for sure. But again, it's all question marks. We saw Diomedor Lenoir have some really rough games last year too.
Yeah.
And if he lands there, then but again, with how good this defense is, if you have one corner who's a little bit iffy, you can coach around that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that defensive line, the linebacking core, putting so much pressure on the opposing offense. When you look at the Niners running backs, Christian McCaffrey, of course, is going to get the bulk of the carries, but he's also a guy who's had injury issues for much of his career. Elijah Mitchell already having an injury issue that they're acting like could be short term, but like anytime we're talking about like core muscles, right? That could be an issue. Who's standing out there behind these guys that you think could actually make some sense?
Ty Davis Price, the 3rd round pick from last year, got this level of praise from Kyle Shanahan that I've never really seen him give a skill position guy before. And when Kyle Shanahan gasses up a skill position guy, that matters to me. Like I hear that, and because he doesn't do that.
Yeah.
You'll hear him say, yeah, just gotten a few days out here, so some good, some bad. We'll see as things move forward. Like that's his standard answer when he doesn't really mess with how a guy's playing.
Yeah.
But he got asked about Ty Davis Price, and he's like, he's taken a huge leap already. Phases 1, 2, and 3 OTAs. He was great. The 40 days away, he was great. Now he's coming to camp. He's just miles ahead of where he was last year. I was like, oh my God. Like for him to say that about a player, that really jumps out to me, especially considering it looked like Ty Davis Price was going the Trey Sermon route, right? 3rd round pick comes in, struggles year 1, gone year 2. See ya. Get out of here. So that's yeah, right. It's just kind of how it's gone. So I'm fully on board the Ty Davis Price bandwagon again, and it wouldn't shock me, especially if Elijah Mitchell. He's played 16 games in 2 years, and he's really good when he's healthy, but he can't stay healthy. So it wouldn't shock me at all if the team, in more just an effort to kind of try and keep him healthy, drops his role even more behind Christian McCaffrey and gives Ty Davis Price, who's more of a bowling ball, some of those kind of tough carries that Elijah Mitchell used to get. And then Jordan Mason too, the undrafted rookie last year, was really good and is having a nice camp. So their running back room's loaded.
And that's what I was going to ask you. I don't usually know how the numbers go with keeping these guys. I mean, 4 running backs, is that reasonable? Like that's good?
That's what they've done. That's what they've done the last few years. They usually keep 3 up on game day with 1 inactive.
Especially Shanahan, like historically burns through running backs during the season.
And they all get 150 yards.
Yeah. Yeah.
No matter who it is,
touchdowns.
150 yards.
Yeah. It's like Jeff Wilson out there.
Jeff Wilson.
Like who's Jeff Wilson? That 10 touchdowns. Like how did this even happen, man?
Yeah.
They turned Jeff Wilson into like, yo, if anybody's trying to get better at the trade deadline, they might need to trade the farm for Jeff Wilson. That's what they turned Jeff Wilson into.
They went. Jeff Wilson was an undrafted rookie in 2018, and they got a 5th round pick for him last year at the trade deadline.
And I like Jeff
That's
Wilson.
so nuts. He's a good player, man.
1 yard. He's really good at that.
He's
getting
got
that
you.
that touchdown. That was the
He's
1 yard
tough.
touchdown. Yeah, he is tough.
He's. You can tell he's a Texas dude.
Yeah.
Like, he runs like he's from Texas.
Yeah. I see you stunting on him today, Kyle, man. Stingers up, man. You already know what it is, man.
Yeah, Phil the John, baby.
Stingers
When they
up.
first named Sac State's baseball field John Smith Field, me and my buddy Nate Goodyear were broadcasting for Sac State baseball at that time, and we called the field the John, and that just kind of became the running joke. And so they made these shirts and they gave us one.
That's pretty cool.
Shout out Sac
That's
State.
pretty cool.
That was
Yeah,
right.
well,
Nate Goodyear in a
and-
long time.
Are you
It's
gonna
not,
wear that to Sac State's first Pac-7 game?
Yeah, I'll wear something.
Pack 3.
A 3-team conference.
Just play round robin tournaments all year.
Right. Man, Kyle, man,
What a
we
mess.
appreciate you pulling up. We actually had you for a little longer today, man, but you stayed in, you gave us that knowledge like you normally do, man. We appreciate you, man.
Yeah, man. Anytime, James. We should do this again.
I know. You know what?
We
Matter of
should do
fact,
this.
it's gonna be a break. I have to step away. I'm just gonna let them talk. I don't know. I'm gonna just let them talk. I don't even know what's going on. I'm gonna just let them talk. We're gonna be right back here. Sacramento sports leader, ESPN 1320. Yeah, I mean, whatever you got. If you want to stay, Kyle, and talk, you can. If I don't know, you guys can just talk. I don't know nothing about that.
What's
I have
going on?
nothing going on. I gotta go out to Walnut Creek when we're done here.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
What do you got in Walnut Creek?
We had car trouble this morning, and so I had to drive my wife to work, and then I gotta go. So I'm gonna go finish working at just a coffee shop out there, and then I'll pick her up when she's done.
Nice. All right.
Yeah.
Sweet.
It's exactly the way I wanted to spend my day.
There's a lot of eyeballs here in the chat.
I don't know.
I don't know. We have no idea why Kenny is being so cryptic and weird at all. So, yeah. We'll connect offline after.
Yeah.
But who so they've got Greenlaw, they've got Warner, but they lost the dude who wore the elbow brace all the time.
Aziz Alshire.
Yeah. So who are they thinking is going to fill that spot? Because they're so good at finding linebackers.
Yeah, I think it's this undrafted guy named Marcelino McCrary Ball. He's a converted safety. He's just kind of a really solid football player. I think he'll probably go there. But yeah,
Okay.
like you said, the third linebacker, just isn't on the field that much. So I don't know how much it matters there. And B, like you said, they've just churned out really good linebackers. I kind of wonder though, because D'Amico Ryans is a DC, he was a linebacker guy.
Yep.
And every linebacker they put in was really good and well developed and all that. I kind of wonder if that's going to happen with the secondary this year with Steve Wilkes being the defensive coordinator because he's a secondary guy. So are we going to all of a sudden see a guy like Diamador Lenore take this step that I didn't necessarily think he was going to take? Or Trevarius Ward or Hufanga or whoever it is. I do wonder if we start to see development there.
They're going to be a blast to watch, man. They've got so much talent, especially on the defensive side, and their specialty players are nuts as well. It's crazy.
Yeah. One of the guys who covers the team is not a 49er fan, and he's very just kind of straightforward and objective with how, and he's the other day was like they're loaded, like they're just. And when you go through and you do like a 53-man roster projection, it's still super early for that, but I like to do it because it's fun. It's so hard to find like actively bad players to get rid of.
Yeah. On their
Like
team.
Usually there's like 10 guys. You're just off the rip like this guy stinks. But there's just they don't have a ton of those guys. They're gonna be really, really good.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome.
Damn.
It's gonna be a fun season.
That sounds like it was a hell of a conversation. I mean, I like
We're talking Niners, man. We're talking Niners. That's
bro.
all.
That's crazy. Like,
That's funny.
13, right, Jesse? What's 13?
I'm along for the ride.
Yeah.
Shotgun.
It's cold in this studio again.
It's hot as hell in my studio. I tried to slam a workout in before I came on.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you guys get this after you work out, but if you shower too quickly after your workout and you get out of the shower, you keep sweating.
Oh yeah, all the time.
Oh,
I
yeah.
do
It's
that
so
before I-
brutal. And so that's why I had to go dry fit today. And this thing, I'm going to go change my shirt again before I leave because I'm just.
I always take a shower, like the last thing I do before I leave the house is like shower, get dressed, walk out the door, and
Mhm.
like when I get in the car, I'm just like Patrick Ewing still.
But you love the 108.
I do, I do.
I can't
I
handle
love the
108.
heat. Let's go.
Yeah, I'm too
just-
pasty for the 108.
You know what it is? I like the weather. I like the weather changes. Like, oh, here we go. We're coming back out.
All right. I'll see you guys.
I could see Jane. Yeah, Jane grooving to this one. I like this. Let's go ahead, man. Do your thing. Do your thing. D-Lo and Casey, Kenny Caraway, James Ham in the building as we get you ready for the weekend, man. It's a Friday here in Sacramento, California. Not too hot, not too cold. It's a good weekend. You got
A little low key. September is going to be busy, super busy. We've got I was telling Charlie earlier, we've had Ed Sheeran tickets, and we were kind of like at Allegiance, the stadium tour in Vegas, and we were thinking about not going because we've seen it before, and then lo and behold, Lady Gaga tickets just decided to go on sale for Vegas. So instead,
is she at Allegiant too, or is she doing like a residency?
She's
or
doing
something?
a residency.
Oh,
She's
yeah.
back
It's gonna be
after
a good time.
after COVID shutdown. So all of a sudden we went from on the fence to now we have in September a Saturday and Sunday back to back of Ed Sheeran followed by Lady Gaga.
And that's pretty nice. Gaga, I mean, she seems like a good performer.
You got to see it. Yeah.
Yeah, it seems like a good performance. So, you know, I don't know if she has many songs that I would listen to. Ed Sheeran, I mean, I like his music. I'm not overly familiar with it, but Thinking About You or what is it? Thinking Out Loud. That's like my favorite song of his.
Yeah,
easily.
he's got great stuff and he's incredible in concert. Like we saw him at Golden One and he like it seems like there should be 5 people on stage and it's just him. Yeah, he's really crazy.
17. That's my song right there, boy. That's the one right there. So I take it you're not going to Oakland, see possibly, maybe the last Bay Bridge series of all time. I don't think that's going to happen. But I mean, so here's the thing. Giants A's play, they start tomorrow, a little 2-game set, which is the schedule. That's Major League Baseball. How any team isn't playing on a Friday, it just doesn't make any sense. It just really doesn't. Like
that's weird.
This
is
they play
twice this year.
They played a 4-game series with somebody, like I don't know, the Reds or something like with the Diamondbacks. Take one of those sorry games off and let the Giants play a 3-game series with the A's. It seems like common knowledge. I don't know what's going on. But yeah, they play in Oakland on Saturday and Sunday. And I don't believe, I'm just kind of talking, I don't believe it's the last Bay Bridge series of all time. But like they're just gonna have the A's playing Oakland again next year.
That's the plan as of right now. They have a lease in Oakland next season. And then the other, if they do ever build anything in Las Vegas, it's scheduled for like 2028.
Yeah, that's
so they're gonna have
away.
to find somewhere else to play for a couple of seasons. It's such a mess, man. Like I just want to like.
I think I asked you the question. I think you answered it. I can't remember. I'm sorry. I'm getting old. Turned 40 the other day. I'm getting old. John Fisher will be the owner of the team in Las Vegas. Yes or no?
I'm not
first
convinced.
Day they play
Okay,
in Las Vegas.
I'm not convinced of anything at this point. Like, you know, we talked about the Maloofs earlier. Like when the Maloofs left the NBA, there was like they closed the door and locked it behind them. Like, I think that there are a lot of Major League Baseball owners right now who are hearing the chants everywhere in every stadium around the league. Anytime the A's are playing somewhere, you start hearing sell the team chants. I think that they're upset that there's no relocation fee, because that relocation fee gets split 30 ways and they take their money. Right. So that's a problem. They're like, why are we giving this guy a free pass? He's also been on Major League Baseball welfare for the last 5 years, and he's not spending on his team. So he's just taking the money. So they're like, okay, so we're not only are we subsidizing this guy, but he's also leaving a huge television market that has a contract for A's baseball games to go to some other much smaller market where who knows what they're going to have as far as like a television contract, because they haven't worked out any of that. And then like all of these other things that you're trying to help them out with. And I think a lot of the owners are looking around and saying, why are we doing this? Is he still a legitimate Major League Baseball owner? Why are we allowing him to be part of this like tight group of people when he's not, he's just taking and he's not giving anything back? And so I don't know the answer to that, because if I'm Major League Baseball, I don't want him as an owner at all. I want him out the door. And that doesn't matter whether it's in Oakland or it's in Las Vegas. And then that brings you to the other point. If you have a community that supported a team for 50 years, why would you allow somebody, one person, and then his henchman, who's like a bobblehead clown, why would you allow these people to make the decision on the fate of a franchise when they realistically shouldn't have any business being in the league at all? And that's, again, it goes back to the Sacramento Kings and their situation. Like there was no reason when the Kings were trying to move to Anaheim the first time. Well, Henry Samueli had it worked out that he was just going to take the team from him in like 2 years. Like the paperwork, the loans, everything, that's what it said. He was going to get that team. And the NBA was like, we haven't even vetted this guy or his stadium that's no longer viable. Like, why would we let you not only take a team from a market where you're the only team in town and move it to another city where you'll be the third NBA team? That doesn't make any sense. But like, why would we also allow you to go somewhere where we know you're going to lose a team? So we still have to vet that guy and everything else. Like there's a whole vetting process. When we get to Seattle the second time around, like they were selling the team to Chris Hansen. And that was the idea. And Ballmer was part of it. And they had other people that were part of it. Right. So that was the idea, was to sell the team there and let them build an arena there. And so you keep coming back to the same question of, why would you let somebody make a decision about your franchise, one of your franchises, which are like, they're like printing money. I mean, these things are now, I mean, the Kings this year will probably be worth $3 billion. And they paid $535 million for him in 10 years ago. So, I mean, the ROI on this investment is crazy, right? Well, why would you let somebody who shouldn't be part of your group anymore make a decision on one of your franchises? And so I don't think John Fisher should be part of the decision. I don't think he's proven that he's an honest Major League Baseball owner. At this point, he's worn out his welcome. There should be no reason for him to continue on, because he's acting in bad faith. And we'll add the other layer. He's acting in bad faith in California, which you have a huge stake. Major League Baseball has a huge stake in California with, the Padres, the Dodgers, the Angels, the Giants. You got 4 more teams. Well, if one of those teams needs to start building a new stadium and they need public financing, now you got a problem, because what John Fisher's done here is he's turning his back on a tremendous amount of money raised in California to save a team. And that's not something that, it's certainly not something that David Stern would ever play with.
That was also one of the things with the Kings relocation, the Seattle one, that, like I said, I didn't have any inside information. It just was common knowledge. Once they had the city involved, they said, okay, well, the public funding for the arena, it was almost like, if you're the owner, like, we can't leave, because
Yeah.
That if we say no to the public money now, like that'll screw us for if we want to go ask for public money, because they'll be like, well, we're not going to give it to you because you might just leave anyway. Once they say, yeah, we got the public money, the good business practice would say you can't walk away from that. Like, because that's ultimately what you're always asking for is the public money. And to your point, Fisher's walking away from public money right now.
He's walking away, and for a $1.5 billion build out of a parking lot by the airport versus a $12 billion project that he kept pushing the button, pushing and pushing for in Oakland, where he's going to make so much money. And that's where, like, just sell the team. Like, if there's something rooted in that you can't handle anymore with Oakland, and there are owners here in the Bay Area who have, I mean, Joe Lacob has offered to buy the team. Like, just allow that to happen.
Here, literally here, that would be interested in buying the team.
Yeah, because there's no way that just moving to Las Vegas, like, the finances are so bad for him to do that deal. Who knows if he can survive it? So why are you even playing with this guy?
Yeah.
Like, if he can't survive what could potentially happen, now we're talking about ownership change and we're talking about all these other things. Like, it doesn't make any sense. Like, he could be the nicest guy ever. He's proven that he's not good at what he's doing.
Right. I don't think he's going to make it. I don't think he's going to make it through the. I don't know what that means for the franchise if they stay or if they still go and somebody takes over that project or whatever. But I don't think he's going to make it. I really don't. There's
I hope he doesn't.
I think you're going to get your wish. There's two questions I want to ask you on the other side. One basketball, one baseball.
Okay.
We'll get into that on the other side. It's D-Lo and KC, James Ham filling in for Damian Barling right here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Yeah, let's get there. Yeah.
Holy cow, that happened quick. Yeah.
Let's get there. I'm starving, by the way.
Me too. I'm gonna pick me up a sandwich after the show.
I don't know what we're going to do tonight.
I gotta get my house in order. Got some moves I got to make this weekend. I see the chatty house is, planning fights at the next live show on the 21st. Okay.
21st. I won't be here on the 21st.
Where are you going?
Of September.
Oh,
right?
yeah, you're gonna be gone. You're gonna be gone on vacation.
I'm going to Alaska.
Yeah.
Quick trip. Well, on 7 days. We got hangry people in the chatty house.
I need more than a snack. Cam, he not good enough to play me one-on-one. Just simple that. You can't look, man. You can't just go playing anybody one-on-one, man. You can't be giving the number 12th ranked guy in the WBC don't get a championship shot. Work your way up, young fella, and then maybe you get a one-on-one game. But he's not good enough right now.
That's funny.
Work your way up, Cam.
40-year-old Kenny's like, nope, I still got you.
I go to work on that dude. I already know what it is. But like I said, what does that do for me? Once again, that's like Bud Crawford right now. After this match that he just had, going to fight the number 13th ranked guy in the WBC. What does that do for Bud Crawford? Work your way up, and then maybe we could talk about a one-on-one game.
You say he wants Jermel next?
He does. He's going for the gusto.
Jermel taking 2 losses in a row. Wow.
But you know what happened? And somebody broke it down 100%. Your boy's messing everything up.
Who, Canelo?
Yeah.
What's he messing up?
Number one.
This is what you asked for.
Number one, I didn't ask for this. I asked for him to come to PBC.
Nah, I remember you said fight the Charlos, fight
Yeah, that's
this.
when he
I want
was
you guys
at
to fight
160, and the
this.
other one was at 160. He's at 168. He's going down 2 weight classes to fight 154. I don't understand that. He should be fighting Benavidez or at the very least Andre. But the fight is Mel versus Bud, because they got real heat. You know, this one will be like, this last one was like real respectful, and they got real
heat on this one.
No, that's not what this next one would be. This will be the fight. But Mel's going to go up to 68 to fight Canelo, win, lose, whatever the case may be. He's got to come down to 54 to fight Crawford again.
He'll get some time, because it'll be Canelo versus Charlo, then Spence versus Crawford in December. He'll get that run back at 154.
Yeah, I mean, Spence should
let Spence get his rematch.
He deserves it. If he wants his rematch at 54, he should get it.
If he gets his ass kicked again, it happens. But let him get his rematch.
I did not. I heard about it, but I didn't watch it. Yeah, Bud absolutely seems like a good dude. Yeah, he's always been a good dude. I didn't like that he was, with Top Rank, and they were kind of messing with him, Bob Arum messing with him, and all this other stuff. But Bud seemed like a really good dude.
Are you a Breaking Bad guy?
Never seen it.
Oh man, it's so
Never
good.
seen it. One of these days.
It was one of the best shows ever.
Did you see Mark Margolis passed away?
No, I did not see that.
You know who that is?
No.
He's the Hector Salamanca. Yeah, the dude who rings a bell.
Yeah.
One of these days.
You watch Better Call Saul, James?
I've watched most of the seasons. I think I might be a season or two behind. It just ended, right?
I think so. I've never seen it. Some people say it's better than Breaking Bad.
I don't know about that.
Breaking Bad probably had one of the best final seasons of all time.
It has so many great moments to drag you in. Have you guys the Bear on Hulu? Man,
I haven't seen that one.
Absolutely spectacular. Like, absolutely. You get so engrossed in the characters, and it's super intense.
That's interesting and funny and interesting.
Kenny will get to Breaking Bad when he's done watching The Office.
That's like 10 years from now.
That's what John Bull said.
There we go. D-Lo and KC with my main man, James Ham, rocking with me today as Damian is out on his much-deserved vacation. The Team USA that's going to the FIBA World Cup lost today in 2 scrimmages against the select team.
Keegan
Murray. your boy Austin Reeves didn't do enough.
Oh.
He didn't do enough. The select team, we're talking Cade Cunningham, Jalen Duren, Langston Galloway's on that team, Jalen Green, Quentin Grimes.
Eric Mika. Isn't Eric Mika on that team?
Eric Mika is on that team. Good knowledge. Herb Jones, Keegan, Peyton Pritchard, Nas Reed, Jalen Williams. In 2 open scrimmages, they beat the team that had Tyrese, as Anthony Edwards, Paolo, Jalen Brunson, Brandon Ingram, just to name a few. I thought, he's on this team. Michael Bridges is on that on the main roster as well.
Mm-hmm.
So,
that's a little sketch. It's an open competition. Like, we've seen it in the past where players get pulled up from the select.
That's what I was about to ask you. So can a select guy make the main roster this like tournament?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, like, typically when you have a team, you're gonna have like 12 players, and we haven't heard any injury or anything else.
Mm-hmm.
There usually is 1 or 2 injuries that pop up, and then there's sort of a competition with some of the select guys or someone from the outside who's been part of the thing forever, because say, hey, look, I can come and fill in.
Mm-hmm.
Harrison Barnes has played on the Team USA like in so many different iterations. But there's also an opportunity here that they take a bunch of the select players or a small group of them with them
Mm-hmm.
in case you can replace a player, in case you do have injury. So, look, I don't know if Keegan's being considered for any of this stuff. I wouldn't be surprised if he was. I also wouldn't be surprised if just sort of his quiet nature has hurt him in standing out. But Steve Kerr knows who Keegan Murray is. He played him all season long and knows that he's a team player, number one, and number two, that he can really, really shoot the ball. And that's something that international play, you need versatility. Keegan's ability to play the 3 and the 4 and maybe even the 5 at the international level. And remember, Keegan coming out of college, 97th percentile in shots around the basket.
Yeah.
The Kings just don't use him in a low post, but he has all kinds of low post game.
Yeah.
And so he's a player that very well could be considered for something. You need to let the 3 or 4 day mini camp play out here and then see where it goes from there.
I wonder how he did in these games. There was a clip I saw on Twitter where there was 5 minutes of the game, and I don't think it was. I think the teams were mixed up. It was just like a regular scrimmage between the two teams. Some guys were, select and current roster, and vice versa, and everybody looked good. I saw Tyrese make a couple moves. Mikal Bridges looked really nice. Ant-Man looked nice. These guys look solid. Paolo Banchero, he looks like he's still trying to understand what to do out there, which is understandable. He's 20 years old and a rookie, but he's trying to find his way in the clip that I saw. But I watched the clip, so trying to see Keegan Murray, and I didn't see him get in that opportunity. But I'd love to see Keegan turn heads and get on that main team.
I think it's interesting because you bring up Paolo, right? And your first instinct when it comes to him is oh man, if you need an instant scorer, he's the guy.
Mm-hmm.
But it's kind of like Carmelo. Carmelo didn't always play a ton in international play because you don't really need that type of player that often in international play.
Olympic Melo was the truth.
Yeah, I mean, he had moments for sure, but it's one of those things where winning basketball, I think we can all respectfully say that that Keegan Murray, if you were to compare Paolo and Keegan today and who they are as players, that if you were maybe building a franchise, you would go with Paolo.
Mm-hmm.
If you're a winning franchise that wants to win more games, you would go with Keegan. And I think that's really interesting when you're talking about Team USA, because you're always going to be looking for pieces to a puzzle, not a main guy with Team USA. There's going to be 1 or 2 main guys that are always there,
right.
But it's a team game. It's such a team game, Team USA, because you get together for such a short amount of time and you got to fit in together. So role players, even, stars in their role, are better than stars that don't have a role.
Absolutely. Yeah, I completely understand that for sure. So that's just something to see. I mean, believe who you want to. I think they've all confirmed this, that the college kids beat the dream team.
Oh,
the first time.
Yeah. That was Bobby Hurley.
Bobby Hurley, Chris Webber, I think, was out there as well. They said they went to work on the pros, and the pros came back the next day and beat the brakes off of them.
That was the wake-up call.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's how the story goes. So, take all this with a grain of salt, but I just thought that was interesting to see. All right. I said I had 2 things that I wanted to ask you. We'll start with, let's go with the baseball one, since we were just talking about baseball.
Okay.
Where was it? I had what I wanted to ask you, but basically Shohei Ohtani was pitching last night and he had to leave the game with, what was the exact injury again, Jesse?
He had finger cramps.
Finger cramps. So he had to leave the game with finger cramps. Now, he did leave the game and then hit a home run. So he's still him. All right. Shohei Ohtani. But what this had me thinking, and he had a Tommy John before. He doesn't play the field right now. We all know how phenomenal Shohei is.
Mm-hmm.
My question to both of you guys is, how long do you think he can keep this up?
Yeah, I think it's okay. So we did have a season with him early on, right? Where he had hurt himself, but then came back really quick as a hitter.
Yeah, he had Tommy John surgery.
Yeah, he had Tommy John, and he came back and he continued to be a hitter, but he did not. He couldn't pitch, right?
Yeah. And that's kind of what I'm saying. Like, be elite on both sides of the ball. I think if he stopped pitching, he'd still be an MVP candidate with the way he hits. I don't think his game is going to fall off. Just the ability to be a number one starter and your number one hitter. How long do you think he can keep doing that?
It's a really good question. I mean, I think he can still be a 1, 2, 3 starter for another like 6 to 8 years. But I think the real value of him is, number one, the fact that he can do both. But his real value is that he's like the best power hitter, one of the best hitters in the game right now. I mean, he's so incredible. I don't think you're not going to pay all that money this offseason if he's going in for another Tommy John. Anytime you start having finger cramping and stuff like that, you're worried that he's strained or done some damage to like the ulnar collateral ligament, like in the elbow and stuff. Like you're always worried about that. It's forearm tightness and stuff is usually a precursor to other things, which is bad. So I'm hoping that that's not the case.
Right.
Because I think like players like this, like I think everyone, whether you love LeBron James or not, like take your kid to go see LeBron James.
Yeah.
Like go pay for the ticket and take your kid to see him. There's only one LeBron James. Like we will not see another player that's exactly like that. And a guy who's been so great. Just like when I was young, I got to go see Michael Jordan. I got to go see Yao Ming, which might sound strange, but seeing Yao Ming in person is one of the craziest things ever. Like just how huge of a human being he is. But like Ohtani, he's one of those players. Like you need to go see. He's going to go down, and baseball lexicon is like one of the greatest players of all time. And if you're not gonna, like, if you like, go see him, go check it out, because it's different. It's something that you're not going to get to see all the time. And like we talk about going to concerts and stuff. I go to concerts because like people make incredible music that we listen to forever, right? And like I'd like to go see them, and out of respect for them, but also because it's amazing to go see them live. And you should like try to do that with some of these players too, that that won't be around forever.
Yeah. No, I agree with you. Jesse, yeah. How long you think he's gonna be able to do this for the entirety of his career?
No, as far as like pitching and DHing and stuff like that, I think he's got 4 or 5 more years. 5 more years at the most. Probably. He's 29 right now. I mean, eventually you're gonna get old, and the body's just not gonna be able to do it. I think he could probably DH till he's 40 or whatever. But I think he's got 4 or 5 years of this at most.
Forever. Yeah, he's gonna hit forever. But it's a lot, and I wonder. It's just hard to know because we don't. We've never seen this before. I wonder how much that of a toll that is, being a frontline starter. I know it's every 5 days or so, but still being a frontline starter and being this, top flight hitter, is that taking a toll on his body at all? I always wonder if at some point in his career, maybe he turns into like John Smoltz. Remember John Smoltz was...
Oh, he could hit, for sure.
Well, John Smoltz was a Cy Young caliber starter. Then I think he got hurt. I think that's one of the reasons why he went to the bullpen.
Shoulder.
But he ended up being one of the best closers in, recent memory for the second half of his career. And I wonder if you're worried about Ohtani and, and he still wants to pitch, maybe he becomes a guy that is a 7th, 8th, 9th inning guy. It comes into the 7th and closes the game out that way, as opposed to a long-term starter.
The difference is that Smoltz was never going to go be a hitter for you. So he wasn't playing the field. So if you need him and he's already in the field, or if he's a DH, like they do have the Ohtani rule now about him being a DH, but I don't think it's specifically for that. Like if there's a point where you have to go warm up. And so they're not going to stop the game, before you get to the mound and you throw your 7 pitches or whatever on the mound, you've already thrown 30 or 40 warm-up pitches. So I don't think that there's a way for him to be that type of closer, unless he's going to do that instead of hitting. And I think the biggest thing for him is that you want to keep the longevity. It's interesting because it's almost like he would be better served if he played for a team that did like a 6-man starting rotation, which we've seen more and more of like, you know, like what the Giants did yesterday where they had a 1-inning starter, right?
Yeah, the opener.
Yeah, the opener. And, you know, they've done that a few times. The A's used to do that all the time with Liam Hendrickson. Liam Hendricks. So I think it's one of those things where like you can get cute with him and try different things, but like pitching every 5 days, it's one thing just to pitch every 5 days, but he's not just pitching every 5 days.
Right.
He's pitching every 5 days and he's hitting all 5 days.
Right.
And that's different. So yeah, I don't know. Well, we haven't really been faced with something like this in like 50, 60 years. You know, players have gone away from being 2A.
Yeah.
And then, you know, even before that, you know, Babe Ruth was able to be so successful as both a pitcher and a hitter, but he's the last one that was this type of successful. I don't know. What does he got? Like, I think career wise, like 179 wins or something, Babe Ruth.
Yeah.
But at some point you got to stop and you got to focus on the hitting because that's what is, you know, you can find pitchers.
And, you know, let's just say what it is. Babe Ruth was able to smoke a whole pack of cigarettes and drink beer before it starts. I mean, what's really going on there?
Yeah, he was hitting himself more home runs than most of the teams in the league.
Because those players sounds like they stink.
Yeah.
He's able to do that while having 7 hot dogs.
Babe Ruth is drinking a 12er before every game, getting ready to freaking beat these Joe Schmoes.
He's acting like it was damn softball night at Elk Grove Community Park or the game.
That's funny.
Babe Ruth. You know, but you mentioned like you need to warm up and do all this other stuff. Farhan, Larry Bear built the Ohtani tunnel, built his own little warm-up area under the Oracle Park where he can warm up his arm. He doesn't have to go to the bullpen. He can do it right there next to the clubhouse. Built the Ohtani tunnel. Do whatever you have to do.
That's funny.
To get that man in San Francisco.
I would like, he's the guy. If you're going to do it, he's the guy. And so Babe Ruth won 94 games, but he only pitched in 10 seasons, but realistically, he only pitched in 5 seasons. I mean, one season he went 23-12 with 1.75 ERA.
Didn't he have a ERA under 2 or something like that?
Yeah, he had 40 starts. His next season, he had 24-13 with a 2.01 ERA. And then his next season, a 2.22 ERA. I mean, he had 35 complete games with a 2.01 ERA.
I was watching the Giants game the other day. I think it was Tuesday, and Krug and Kite were talking about Cy Young, and they said Cy Young. I don't know the exact number, but they said he had something like 730 complete games.
Yeah, I mean, he has 500 wins, so
700 complete games.
Yeah, back then they didn't care about pitch counts.
749 all-time record, 511 wins. He had 315 losses as well.
Bum.
Yeah, career ERA of 2.63. Yeah, and it's just not even that. It's like how many batters he's the all-time leader in batters faced. 29,565 batters he faced. And he's the all-time leader in innings pitched. 7,356 innings pitched. He had a season where he pitched, oh my gosh, 453 innings.
Oh my.
453. He had 9 shutouts that season.
Yo, get the ice for this guy's shoulder.
He threw over 400 innings in 5 seasons. Yeah.
They also brought up a good point. They said, even with all that being said, Tim Lincecum was able to do something Cy Young was never able to do. To win the Cy Young Award.
Yeah, they don't have
won it 2 times.
He doesn't have any awards in the award category on his stuff. He doesn't have any awards at all. Because he wasn't allowed.
He created the awards.
It's going to be so crazy to see what Shohei gets this summer for his contract, or not summer, but off season.
I mean,
because do you think a team will pay him at least $650 million at least?
I think it's more.
I think it's more too. I was thinking 700.
That's what I'm thinking too, but it's just insane to think about. Like a guy's going to get that much more money. Like his annual average is going to be probably double I think Aaron Judge right now or Mike Trout's the highest. They're like at whatever 30-40 or something like that. Like he's gonna double them.
Oh no, I think it's gonna be long.
He's gonna
long
get
past
it.
that.
Yeah, he's gonna get it. He's gonna
Yeah.
get it and deserves it. I mean, we've never seen anything like this. I mean, one of the things that you see at Angels games when he pitches, packed house. Like he's packing out the house. Angels don't ever pack out the house for anything, but when he pitches, like it's a party. When he hits a home run, it's a party, and that's the type of energy he would bring no matter where he's at. So he'll be worth it on the field, but also in the box office as well. Do you think the Angels should have traded him?
Yeah, because I mean, unless they know that they're going to be able to re-sign him.
So here's what I said. I don't know if they know that, but if they talk to him or his people, his representatives, and they said, you guys are in the running. We don't know where we're leaning right now. I'm not even giving you a percentage, but we can tell you the Angels are an option. To me, that's enough where I'm like, all right, I just got to take that chance. Like if I am in your final five, I got to take that chance. I can't trade you.
I'm sure they got to be a little confident too, because they did keep the other best player of all, like one of the best players of all time, Mike Trout. Like
True.
Mike Trout, you probably expected him to leave or whatever. The dude stayed and took the money.
Yeah, that's facts.
I mean, it's a fun place to live. Like, and you know, the park is nice and everything. Like, it's just they don't win, and I don't know how you don't win. I mean, like I was going through and looking at the Giants lineup, and I'm like, how is this team winning at all? Like that's like on paper, they're not great. And they've got good starters. They don't have great starters. They've got a good bullpen. They don't have a great bullpen. You're looking at their team. You're like, how are they winning? And then it's always to me, like, how do the Angels lose? How do you lose with two of the greatest players that we've seen? And you just can't piece anything together.
Yeah.
It doesn't like whether you're just playing like really bad baseball.
Yeah.
Like, how is it? Do you not have the fielding? And then sometimes you go back and you look, you know, they had a shortstop that couldn't hit his weight, but was just like the smoothest, best fielding shortstop. You try to put some things together there, and it should have worked, and it just hasn't. I'm just confused.
And the crazy thing about the Angels as well is they're never good. Like it'd be one thing if like, they, you know, remember the year then they won 95 and, you know, then they fell back and had 2 bad years and now they're average. Like they're just never good. They've had Trout forever, it seems like, and they're just never good.
I've watched a lot of Angels baseball over the years just because they're in the same division as the A's, and like historically speaking, they're usually they struggle, but they always have good players. It's just they can't piece it together. So really bizarre.
Not our problem.
No.
The other thing that I wanted to ask you before we get out of here, I wanted to go back to a couple of the what ifs because people are asking in the chat. So before we go back to that, I want to ask you one thing. One of my favorite things of the summer, which it's not the same as it used to be. I think it's gotten a little bigger. Like they put all the games on TV, and I don't necessarily think they should do that. The basketball tournament. I used to love the basketball tournament. Now it's kind of, like I said, I wish it would just go back down just a little bit, but that's neither here nor there. They concluded last night. Forgot the team that won. $1 million. The players were having a good time with it because Zelle is the sponsor. And as soon, like 5 minutes after the game ended, they got a text message saying $70,000 had been Zelled into your account. Like they were all hyped about that or whatever, which is pretty cool to see. But this is my question, and I'm going to ask this till the end of time. Do you think we will ever see the Elam ending in the NBA? And I ask that because I believe the Elam ending is perfect. It is perfect. It gives you everything you need. It doesn't waste time if the game is a blowout. One of the mantras of the Elam ending is every game ends on a made basket. And there's a level of excitement of a game winner every single time. And they're right. There's a game winner every time.
I just don't, like the NBA, like Major League Baseball, like the NFL, it's so structured.
Mhm.
Like it's so hard to get away from what you are and what you do. And like we've been talking about Cy Young today. We talk about Cy Young and all these, because there's statistics that we can go look at and compare.
Yeah.
And that's why there's still 162 games. That's why there's still an 82 game schedule. Like once they have a statistical platform that they want to be able to compare one thing to the next.
Mhm.
So it's tough to get away from just your basics.
Yeah. I get it. I don't think we ever will, to answer my own question. I don't think we will, but the Elam ending is perfect. It's perfect. Jesse, you think we'll ever see it?
I think there's a chance just because like the NBA is starting to like do that gimmicky stuff with the play-in tournament. Now we got the mid-season tournament. Like they're starting to kind of move towards it. There's a chance, I think, but I'd be against it. I don't like it.
You don't like the Elam ending?
It's cool, but like I guess how people are traditionalists with college football. I'm like with the NBA and basketball and stuff. I'm just saying like I like the overtimes and stuff like that. I'd rather just keep it that way.
No, I get it. I understand that. And also, but you brought up a good point. I don't think it'll be. I have a hard time saying it'll ever be in the NBA, right? I don't think it'll ever be in the NBA. But if they do go to it, I could see them doing it for the in-season tournament. I could see them saying, hey, the in-season tournament, the games will end with an Elam ending.
They use it for the All-Star game, right?
Mhm.
Or maybe they just
Yeah, they do it for the All-Star game. They're trying to commemorate Kobe, which is why they go 24. 24 is too many points. It should be no less than or no more than 11 points. It's 7 right now, I think, in the basketball tournament, but it should be no more than 11 points. 24 takes forever.
I mean, you never know because look, Major League Baseball has changed their extra inning rules for the guys at second, and they keep doing it. And so I don't know. That's weird and gimmicky, and I don't know that.
I love the extra innings.
Yeah,
I love it. You don't like the extra innings?
Well, I don't mind it. I mean, you're hoping that it ends quick.
Mhm.
I mean, that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to speed up the game, but I don't know. It's okay.
Yeah.
I mean, it feels like
you guys are not as enthusiastic enough for the Elam ending. I love the Elam ending. I think it's perfect. I love it. I love the way they finish it off. So yeah, I was watching that last night. They also had did you catch the dunk contest?
No, I didn't see that.
I just saw highlights of it, but part of the dunk contest is dunking on somebody. Like that's part of what you can do. Like, I don't know. I got to go back and watch it. I'm going to watch it now.
Yeah.
But you go back and I don't know if you call somebody out and it's like, hey, Jack, get under the basket, try and block my shot. I'm a dunk on you.
Oh.
Like that's part of the dunk contest.
I'm denying every invitation. I don't want to get dunked on.
Somebody got dunked on nasty. It was vicious. Then they had a couple guys that got blocked. I thought that was a cool little quirk. They did a good job with that.
Now, what did they do about fouls?
I don't know. I gotta watch.
I gotta watch.
I gotta see what this is. But yeah, that was part of the dunk contest. So we've been having a good time this Friday here. James Ham is with me today. He's gonna be with me all week as we get through the dog days of August. And get ready for football's next. Baseball's starting to wind up a little bit. And we talked about Ohtani and everything. Giants play the Angels starting on Monday. So they finished the Babe Ruth series Saturday and Sunday. Started 3-game series with the Angels on Monday. So we'll be tapped into that for sure. Preseason football around the corner. But one of the things that we've talked about today was what ifs scenarios with the Sacramento Kings. The one that we spent a lot of time on was what if DeMarcus Cousins could have stayed on the straight and narrow for about 2 more weeks.
Mm-hmm.
He would have got that big time extension. He would have got paid. He would have been with the Kings for another 4 or 5 years. I think we kind of determined, unfortunately, because I love Cuz, that's my guy. I think it would have been all bad for the Kings. And it's not Cousins' fault. The circumstances they were in were bad. They wouldn't have had a first-round pick in probably 2 of the next 3 drafts. And I don't know how you build anything around DeMarcus Cousins with continuing to not have good young talent to put around him. So we don't think that would have worked at all, right?
No, and you got to remember too, doesn't Rudy Gay get injured during that season? Doesn't he popped his Achilles? He's a free agent at the end of the year.
Yeah.
So you were going to have a tough time replacing the talent. And I think that's what they looked at when they made that move. What are we going to do moving forward? And how do we get through this? Because it wasn't just that move. I mean, again, Rudy went down. They traded Omri with DeMarcus. They waived Matt Barnes. Like everything, boom, 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 like that, like little window there. They didn't just pull the plug on one thing.
Yeah.
So-
I still contend, and this is a couple years back, and maybe this is a what if. What if they trusted Isaiah Thomas? Do you think Isaiah Thomas and DeMarcus Cousins was good enough to break the playoff drought then? Like maybe not the very next year, but in a year or two.
Well, they needed stability, like overall, because like that's part of that era where they do the 3 coaches in 1 year. You know, Michael Malone and
Ty Corbin,
Ty
Keith
Corbin,
Smart.
and Keith Smart. Well, no, George Karl's at the end of the season. Keith Smart was a year before, and Keith Smart, like he kind of got a raw deal. He took over for Paul, but then the team sells, and so like he's out because of that.
Weren't they asking him, like they were sticking him out in front of the media, the Malouse were or something like that?
Oh, Paul Westphal handled all the media like during the
and that's like relocation, like not
all of it.
Hey, what happened in the third quarter? It's like, hey, are you guys leaving?
Well, that and a rookie DeMarcus Cousins.
Jeez.
Yeah, that was his rookie season. So
man.
Yeah, and then we get to that summer and there's a lockout. So, the 2011 lockout lasts all the way until like January.
Yeah. Christmas Day, I think they was opening day. I believe that.
Oh, I don't think so. I think that year it was.
So I believe, I could be wrong, but I believe, because I remember this, Thanksgiving or maybe a day or two after Thanksgiving, because I think I was getting ready to watch Michigan, Ohio State, and all across the ticker, NBA has come with an agreement to end the lockout.
Okay.
And I believe the season started on Christmas Day.
Okay, so it's the 11-12 season. They played 66 games. So maybe I just thought it was
because I also remember like a lot of people like this is what they should always do.
The deal was ratified on the 8th.
They
started on the 25th the season.
Yeah, the Kings' first game was the 26th. Yeah.
Yeah, I just remember that. Just a weird quirk. I don't know.
Yeah, that year. So I was during the lockout. We made Small Market Big Heart during the lockout, and then when the lockout ended, I think we premiered on January 12th at the Crest. We got footage 2 weeks before from the NBA. They gave us 160 gig hard drive filled with footage of all the B-roll we'd asked for.
Wow.
And we had to then take that, and not me, because I didn't do the editing side. Our director went in and put all of that back in, and used all, we like game planned hoping that we would get it. But during the lockout, the NBA is not allowed to touch any player, even former player, like anything that has their likeness. They're not allowed to send that. They're not allowed to license it to anybody. So it was a big mess. And then we got all this. They're like, here's the Kings called and said, hey, we have a drive for you from the NBA.
Wow.
Come and get it. And we ran over Greg Amazine, and like then boom, we had to put it all into the movie.
That's pretty cool though.
So the footage of like Luke and Bill in the rafters and stuff.
Yeah.
Like we had a little bit of footage. We had a lot of footage from Fox 40 as well, but there was a bunch of stuff that we couldn't get our hands on until the last second.
Yeah.
It's wild.
Going back to the IT what if real quick, that one's the most interesting one to me because of the ramifications like it had for like the rest of the league in a way too. Because if IT stays with the Kings, you don't go to the Suns. Celtics don't trade for him. Kyrie doesn't become a Celtic.
Oh, interesting.
He was with the Suns. He got traded the same year he signed with the Suns, correct?
I can't.
Yeah, he did. So the Suns that season they had
Bledsoe,
Goran Dragic.
Yeah.
And so it was like, what are you doing with 3-point guards? But they got Isaiah for nothing, which is why they did that. I think they signed him to a 3-year, $21 million contract.
Yeah, I remember it's like $7 million a year.
Yeah, and the Kings at the last second traded. They got the draft rights to Alex Oriaki and a future second round. Oh no, they didn't get a second round pick. They got a trade exception. That's it. That's all they got for Isaiah Thomas.
That's crazy.
And then if he gets that deal too, he probably never reaches the peak of his career that he had, like as far as the MVP type season that he had, but he's probably in the league a lot longer. He probably makes more money than he did now.
Well, I mean, the injury. I mean, if he's with another franchise, maybe they diagnose it or tell him, give him the advice a little different, and he plays a little longer. I don't know. Yeah, that is a crazy what if. But and you know, you had guys like Pete Youngman here at the time. He was here when Isaiah was here, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and you know, he would have maybe handled that a lot differently. If Isaiah's hurt, if he's even hurt at that time.
Having Isaiah here, he was awesome. I mean, he went to city council meetings during the relocation stuff.
Mm-hmm.
He was supportive of Sacramento, even though when they're trying to relocate to Seattle, which is his hometown.
Yeah.
And like, he was spectacular to deal with. I've never understood the grumblings behind, you know, that like he's not easy and stuff like that. He was a straight shooter, always honest, gave you great answers, always made time, always had a smile on his face, super personable. Like one of like the best guys to cover. And then on top of that, like, it was just a bad, like the guys who were assessing talent just were wrong. And like, but they were like the only ones who couldn't see what, I mean, he averaged like 20 points and 7 assists, or like either 20 and 7 or 20 and 5.5, like in his final season in Sacramento. And they just didn't believe he was a starting NBA point guard. And I kept telling him, he's a starting NBA point guard for you.
Right.
Like, it doesn't matter the rest of the league. For you, he is.
I'm probably a one-man wolf pack feeling this way. I always believed not re-signing IT did more damage than letting go of Michael Malone.
It's very possible.
I thought IT and Cousins, and you know, I'm talking about like playoffs. Like, I don't know if that's a championship squad or whatever.
Yeah.
That team could have won 40 games, you know, and made it to the playoffs and broke this streak earlier. IT would have. I mean, you see how it is right now. He's beloved. He would have been one of the most beloved Kings of all time.
Oh yeah.
With, you know, 3-4 years here and the way he played and his production and all this other stuff. Like, he would have been one of the ones.
So we were like that off season. I was at and someone asked, did Pete D'Alessandro draft Isaiah Thomas? No, Pete D'Alessandro did not. Isaiah was the 60th pick in the 2011 NBA draft. Jimmer Fredette was the 10th pick. That is Jeff Petrie. But where was I going with that? So that offseason, I went to Summer League and I was standing with John Santiago, my old partner at Cowbell, and we were waiting for the Kings game to come on. And standing behind us was Vivek and Mark Mastroff. And Vivek said, you guys like the signings that we had this offseason? And my buddy John pops off and goes, no. And Vivek was so caught off guard by it. He was like, why? And like, well, you should have just re-signed Isaiah Thomas. And he's like, you don't like Darren Collison? And it's like, oh no, like, we like Darren Collison. That's fine. But you had plenty of money. You could have signed Darren Collison and brought in Isaiah Thomas. You didn't, it wasn't one or the other. And like, well, we didn't really see him as a starting point guard. And I'm like, well, Carl Landry wasn't a starting power forward, and you gave him a 3-year, $27 million contract last offseason. And it was like, so I don't care if he's backing up or if he's starting, he was a better player than what you have and what you brought in. And it doesn't make any sense that you made this decision.
Yeah.
And he was caught off guard that people were like, no, like, again, like when you're a new owner, I think a lot of it is like, you know, you can do no wrong. It's like rainbows and everything's great. But like, I don't think that there was enough forethought in that. And it was by a GM that was obsessed with Ty Lawson. And I never did understand why he was obsessed with Ty Lawson.
Well, didn't George Karl love Ty Lawson too?
Well, yeah, like everyone likes Ty Lawson, but at the same time, was there really a difference between Ty Lawson and Isaiah Thomas?
Yeah, there was a difference. Isaiah Thomas was better.
Well, he ended up being better for sure. but they both kind of, fizzled out really young.
Yeah.
But that was for a completely different reason with Ty.
Yeah.
So yeah, just really complicated, weird. And then of course we had they invited us to a hotel room, not a hotel room, a conference room at a hotel to sign Darren Collison's contract. And we're not allowed to take zoom in on the contract itself. And they had also invited some fans, one of which was wearing an Isaiah Thomas jersey.
Oh, jeez.
So,
we always got love for the pizza guys. They can come back anytime.
Anytime, man.
Anytime can come back to Sacramento, and it'll be all love. Hey, James, let's do this again next week, man. How about that?
Okay.
Let's
I'll see you here Monday.
Yes, indeed, man. And we'll see all of you guys here Monday. And have a great weekend. And we'll be back next weekend on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Vamos, Gigantes, tomorrow. Yeah, that closeout was trash. Hey, this guy every day, man. Kyrie will ruin the Kings. Cam, we were talking about Kyrie going to the Celtics, sir. Keep up. Kyrie, we not mentioned that one time Kyrie going to the Kings.
No.
Keep up, sir. Keep up. Keep up, number 14th in the WBC.
That's funny. Oh
man. Hey, I'm hungry. I'm tired. It's Friday. We out of here, man.
I'm hungry. I'm tired.
We out of here.
Hit the thumbs up.
Yeah, hit that thumbs up. I'm gonna give you guys 30 seconds. If you haven't done it, to hit the thumbs up. Cam, hit the thumbs up, big dog. Don't be a hater, Cam.
Don't gotta go home, but you can't stay here.
That's right.
Yeah, man. You guys enjoy your weekend. We'll be back Monday. Like I said, we're tracking down quite a few people. To have a good time, man, to come in here with us this week and rap with us and have a good time, man. So be back next week. Have a good time. That'll be good. We out of here.